Driver newsletter, arriving in your inbox every Wednesday morning. This free newsletter will help you stay on point with all of your goals, understand upcoming regulations, and be on the forefront of breaking trucking news. Sign up today at fleetowner.com.
WWTN, Hendersonville, Nashville. From the Busy Bee Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling Studio, Super Talk 99.7.
WTN.
I'm Joan Jones with the top stories. We have 35 degrees and overcast skies right now. We've got your forecast coming up. Temps rose just enough yesterday that with some sunshine, some of our snow melted. And then overnight, the temps dipped back down again. And you know what that means.
Frozen spots on roads. Think maybe on your driveway, your front porch steps. So just be careful this morning as you're getting out the door. There's going to be a couple of spots that'll be a little bit slick. We even still have some snow-covered spots, too.
Channel 4's Melanie Layden there. Now, she says there'll be more sunshine and temps above freezing again today. We've got more about the forecast in just a few minutes. Well, during the storm on Friday, Tennessee state troopers helped almost 900 stranded drivers. More than 600 car crashes they recorded. 3 people also lost their lives. THP, however, praised the hard work of dispatchers during that storm.
Our dispatchers, they're amazing. They've taken over 1,700 phone calls into their dispatch centers statewide. That's from people calling Star THP that are in need of assistance. Thank you. They've also provided cots so the dispatchers could stay there and provide round-the-clock service to make sure Tennesseans are safe.
We also thank local law enforcement for their efforts during the storm. 2 children were killed in a rollover crash in Robertson County over the weekend. Jackson and Mia Mansfield were killed when the truck that they were riding in hit a culvert and crashed into a utility pole. Neither child was wearing a seatbelt. The driver of the truck, 36-year-old Lucas Manfield, was charged with DUI, and police say this was his 3rd offense. He's in Robertson County Jail this morning. Well, with a look at Wall Street trading for the start of the week, here's Chuck Sievertson.
Trading will resume after a sell-off Friday after a stronger-than-expected jobs report for December. That raised concerns that the Federal Reserve might want to further delay interest rate cuts it had hinted at for later this year because inflation still remains higher than the Fed's 2% target. What could affect stock prices this week include updates on inflation, first at the wholesale level with the Producer Price Index Tuesday, and then the Consumer Price Index Wednesday. There's a report on retail sales Thursday, as well as the weekly Labor Department survey of first-time filers for unemployment insurance. Friday, there are reports on housing starts, building permits, and industrial production. China and Britain have restarted economic and financial talks after a 6-year hiatus during a visit by Britain's Treasury Chief to Beijing Saturday. Rachel Reeves is accompanied by a delegation of British business leaders and finance officials. Chuck Sievertson, ABC News.
Now, stock futures this morning are all pointing down. We've got Dow futures minus 140, NASDAQ futures losing 254, S&P futures, they're down 46. That's the latest news. We've got your traffic and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News.
Someone had a birthday.
Yep, 50. Can't believe it.
50 years of wisdom.
Great segue. We have health news, a CDC update.
Pneumococcal vaccination is now recommended for adults 50 or older. Says here, we're over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia than adults under 50.
I don't love those odds.
Same. Look what I found. Pfizer's Prevnar 20 is proven to help protect adults against pneumococcal pneumonia and invasive pneumococcal disease in just 1 dose. And millions have already gotten it.
Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you have a severe allergy to its ingredients. A weakened immune system may lower your response. Common side effects include injection site pain and swelling, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138. Visit Prevnar20.com or talk to your doctor or pharmacist.
I'm on Prevnar20.com now, scheduling my appointment.
Good idea. And happy 50th.
Sarah, Happy New Year. You look amazing. How are things with you and Mark?
Lisa, I can't thank you enough for telling me about Tennessee Men's Clinic. We've totally rediscovered each other. Mark's swagger is back. He's working out, and we're doing more as a family than laying around watching TV.
I told you, they're incredible. My husband and I had the same experience. It's like having that spark all over again, isn't it?
Exactly. It's more than the physical. It's the connection, the energy. It's the best gift we could have given ourselves.
This new year, make the resolution that changes it all. Tennessee Men's Clinic brings you proven options for ED and enhancement.
Reignite your drive, rebuild your confidence, and show up in the moments that matter most.
Here's to more love and more joy in the year ahead.
Cheers to that.
Book your appointment today at TennesseeMen'sClinic.com or dial 615-208-9090. That's TennesseeMen'sClinic.com or dial 615-208-9090. Tennessee Men's Clinic, making it happen.
Get a guaranteed offer from Mark Spain Real Estate. 855-299-SOLD.
From the United Structural Systems WTN Traffic Center.
Well, there really is no problem on the roads this morning. The major roads, anyway, are looking really good. 24 is fine. There's some construction spots that you can get around them really well. The problem this morning may be those back roads where there's a little bit of slick, some ice that's maybe not visible right away. Careful as you're driving in. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
This report brought to you by Mark Spain Real Estate.
Start your year off stress-free and sell your home with a guaranteed offer from Mark Spain Real Estate. No showings, no open houses, and no stress. Call 855-299-SOLD or go to markspain.com to get a guaranteed offer on your home today and start packing.
From the Beacon Capital Management Weather Center.
Cold weather sticks around as we start off the next work week. I'm WSMV4 First Alert Meteorologist Cruz Medina. As you start off your Monday, temperatures will be very cold in the lower 30s. We'll have plenty of clouds around in the morning, maybe a few flurries, but as we go into the afternoon, clouds will clear from west to east. That means late day sunshine is expected. High temperatures will rise into the low and middle 30s. You can stay up to date with the latest on your forecast on WSMV4.
Information fueled.
Opinion driven.
This is Nashville's Morning News with Dan Mandis.
And so, my fellow Americans,
we talk news.
5:06, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning to your friends. Dan Mandis here, along with Joan Jones, KGB. Jeff Malinoff is producing today for your Monday, January 13th. I knew this was going to happen. Per ICE sources, remember we talked about this on Friday. The man seen in a viral video being subdued by residents in California, arrested by police because he had a blowtorch. Near the Kenneth Fire in West Hills, California, is an illegal alien from Mexico. Yep. Juan Manuel Sierra Levaya. He is now in custody on a probation violation. He has not been charged with arson. Apparently, ICE placed a detainer request on him with the LA County Sheriff's Department, but they do not expect that retainer to be honored due to California, of course, their sanctuary state law. So now this is, of course, who's shocked by this? No one. No one is shocked by this. If it ultimately is determined that this illegal alien was running around Southern California, starting fires, and we're seeing a number of different things going on in Southern California. Number one, yes, all of these fires, obviously. But number two is these roving gangs of looters. That's number two. And number three, the accusations that, among others, illegal aliens are starting these fires. The whole thing is just insanity. And yet the fires, of course, continue to burn. You've got Gavin Newsom and the Democrats, Karen Bass, of course, the Democrat mayor as well. They're all playing defense. So we're going to get into that and a whole lot more. But here's part of the news cycle today. I'm not going to start with the fires. I'm going to start with the fires in the 6 o'clock hour. Because the battle going on between Gavin Newsom and Donald Trump, it is becoming absolutely epic. But I do want to start with illegal immigration, and there's a reason why. There's a story out there that is actually not even really being covered. Because all the news is hyper-focused right now on the fires and all the other stories that are out there today. But a week before Donald Trump begins the biggest mass deportation in American history. Did you hear what Biden did on Friday? President Biden, with a week left, is doing all he can do to pull the rug out from under incoming President Donald Trump. He is doing whatever he can to protect illegal aliens. And this is from the New York Times. The Biden administration on Friday issued sweeping extensions of deportation protections for hundreds of thousands of people. Listen to these nations. From Sudan, Ukraine, El Salvador, and Venezuela, in a move that makes it almost impossible for President-elect Donald Trump to swiftly deport them, according to the New York Times. And so not only has Biden over the last 3 years, of course, as we all know, done everything he can to welcome all these illegal aliens into our country, now he's making Donald Trump's campaign promise even harder to fulfill by extending all of these deportation protections. So this is going to make it harder. They say, according to the New York Times, the extension of temporary protected status, as the program is called, the TPS, temporary protected status, allows the immigrants to remain in the country with work permits and a shield from deportation for another 18 months from the expiration of their current protection in the spring. The decision is set to benefit roughly 234,000 Salvadorans, 1,900 Sudanese, 104,000 people from Ukraine, 600,000 Venezuelans, according to the Department of Homeland Security, which oversees the programs. And so let's all be honest, especially the story about the Venezuelans. Tren de Aragua, they have been gaining footholds in states all across America, including right here in Tennessee. And so when you hear the president doing this, making Donald Trump's job harder, making it harder for President-elect Trump to do what he promised the American people that he would do, it just shows you to be perfectly honest, the kind of person that Joe Biden is and the kind of party the Democrats are. Because this is, as you know, one of the biggest things that the American people voted on was mass deportation and illegal immigration. And by the way, Donald Trump has said that he is going to begin to scale down the temporary legal status program once he gets into office. Now, J.D. Vance needs some audio here, KGB. J.D. Vance was on Fox News on Sunday, of course, incoming vice president, and he said, watch for yet another ploy by the media and Democrats when they talk about, and I'm going to air quote this, separating families.
This term is something you're going to hear a lot in the next couple of months, the next couple of years, family separation. I think it's important. That's a euphemism. That is a dishonest term to hide behind the fact that Joe Biden has not done border enforcement.
It's exactly right. And now the American people have voted in Donald Trump, who will have border enforcement. And again, Biden is doing all he can to pull the rug out from under Donald Trump. And yeah, J.D. Vance is right. They're trying to completely distract from the real issues impacting you, impacting me, impacting Tennessee, and impacting Americans. And so for every scream of, oh, they're separating families, let's also remind America of the crimes of these folks. Tren de Aragua, right? Sex trafficking, drug trafficking, murder, assaults, MS-13, same deal. They started in L.A., really took hold in El Salvador. And again, we'll start with, we'll go back to the story that I started with, the guy from Mexico who is an illegal alien who is accused of starting the Kenneth Fire, running around with a blowtorch. It's insanity.
If you say, for example, in the United States, we have a guy who's convicted of a violent crime and has to go to prison, we want that guy to go to prison. But yes, it does mean that that guy is going to be separated from his family. That is the consequence of committing violence upon your fellow citizens. If you come into this country illegally, you need to go back home. You need to have basic law enforcement. And what the Democrats are going to do is they're going to hide behind this. They're going to say that this is all about compassion for families. It is not compassion to allow the drug cartels to traffic small children. It is not compassionate to allow the worst people in the world to send minor children, some of them victims of sex trafficking, into our country. That is the real humanitarian crisis at the border.
Oh, and there is a huge humanitarian crisis, of course, at the southern border, but also here in America, because as you heard J.D. Vance say. And the New York Times itself has reported all those missing kids here in America where nobody seems to know where they are. Have they been sex trafficked? Are they working under horrible conditions? Slave-like conditions? Kids 12, 13, 14 years old? Can anybody even find these kids? And so J.D. Vance and Donald Trump, they're absolutely right. Aside from the violent crimes, there's also other things that incoming President Donald Trump and J.D. Vance and Tom Homan, they are going to have to deal with. Oh, and by the way, but wait, there's more. And we're going to talk about what J.D. Vance said during this interview on Fox News with Shannon Bream. That and a whole lot more. Also, what did J.D. Vance say about the J6ers? Because there are a lot of people, including J6ers, the families of J6ers, and also supporters of the January 6th people that are being held right now in horrible and deplorable conditions. J.D. Vance said something to really upset them, and I've got that audio for you as well. It is all straight ahead. Very busy morning, 5:16. Time to check the roads on WTN.
Well, the major roadways are looking good into Nashville so far this morning. No delays. There's some construction set up in spots in the left lane on I-24 westbound, but otherwise looking really good this morning. Just have to watch out for icy spots, mainly on the back roads where things froze over again last night. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
5:16 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. As far as your weather today, high of 38. And right now, what did you say, KGB? It's 32?
30 right now.
30 degrees at Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Talking about Joe Biden doing whatever he can to protect the illegal aliens that are currently here. And he's making it really hard for Donald Trump to be able to deport these folks. What the current president has done, he's extended their temporary protected status, which means that it is going to take months for Donald Trump, theoretically, to be able to deport these folks, specifically from places like Sudan, Ukraine, El Salvador, and Venezuela. Now, they hate us in Sudan, just to let you know. Yeah, they do not like us in Sudan. We have no idea who has come across our southern border from Sudan, of course, El Salvador, Venezuela as well. We could talk about MS-13. We could talk about Tren de Aragua coming out of Venezuela as well. All of this from the New York Times. Now, I started off the program with this because I didn't hear word one of this over the weekend. Did you? I mean, I do watch some of the Sunday shows, and I did not hear this discussed, and it really does need to be discussed. And so aside from the violent crimes, of course, that people talk about, and it's an easy putt, to be perfectly honest with you. But think about the resources. California, we talked about this extensively on Friday. California has spent billions and billions of dollars on these illegal aliens. Tens of billions of dollars that, by the way, could have gone to fixing the infrastructure. Of course, the infrastructure has been in the news. We know that one of the big reservoirs right near the Palisades fire, in what can only be described as an absolutely epic photo, was drained right before the Palisades fire because they needed to fix it. And so that's a conversation in and of itself. But here's the deal, is that all the money that they have spent on these illegal aliens could have been used to more quickly fix the infrastructure, fix the aqueducts and continue to building the aqueducts and basically fix that water transfer infrastructure that they seem to have issues with in California. And don't get me started on the whole homeless situation. And so all of this to say that the Democrats, they are really on the defensive with a lot of their policies, whether it is at the state level or at the federal level. Now, the Democrats, again, are going to say that, and this is part of the news cycle, that it's not compassionate to deport families or separate families or whatever. But here's my deal, is we got to send them a message that they are unwelcome. That is what happened on day one of Donald Trump's first administration, and that is what is going to happen on the first day of his second term in office. And you know that the president is going to sign a lot of executive orders. I would assume he's going to restart Remain in Mexico, build the wall, rescind catch and release, give ICE whatever the authority they need to be able to deport these criminals. There's a lot more. J.D. Vance, by the way, talked about how we do need to really make America unwelcome. You know, I used to say this all the time. We need to pull the welcome mat away and put it back in the house, man, because they're coming here, and they have been coming here because Biden and the Democrats make them feel welcome.
We can't buy into this lie that law enforcement at the American southern border is somehow not compassionate to families who want to cross illegally. Our number one responsibility is compassion to our fellow Americans, and that starts with enforcing the southern border. You cannot have a country of law and order, of stability, of basic good governance unless you get control of what Biden has left us at the American southern border.
Well, that was sudden.
Show's going well so far.
I thought I did something for a second. I'm like, what just happened?
KGB, what are you doing in there? Good Lord.
A clear sign that it was your fault, Dan.
You know what? It's funny if you watch the camera, you will probably see me jump a mile in the air.
It's Monday.
Because, you know what? That actually is my bad. I was trying to do something.
And you're not in your jammies and slippers
No,
today like
that's
you were
the
on
big
Friday.
problem.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sorry for the visual, by the way. For the people who saw. Hey, look, when it's supposed to air. Anyway, got a lot more straight up. Coming up, why are J6ers and the J6 community, why are they angry with J.D. Vance? That audio is coming up. 5:21. Joan Jones is coming up with the news at 5:30. Joan, what's up?
Yeah, the death toll in California jumped overnight. We'll tell you what's going on there and why things are maybe a little slick as you're heading in this morning. An accident that kind of is very telling about how the roads are looking this morning. We'll have all that coming up for you at 5:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
The Chris Hand Show, where Middle Tennessee comes to hear topics that matter and react to them.
Made my ears perk up.
The Chris Hand Show, this morning from 9 to noon on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Someone had a birthday.
Yep, 50. Can't believe it.
50 years of wisdom.
Great segue. We have health news, a CDC update.
Pneumococcal vaccination is now recommended for adults 50 or older. Says here, we're over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia than adults under 50.
I don't love those odds.
Same. Look what I found. Pfizer's Prevnar 20 is proven to help protect adults against pneumococcal pneumonia and invasive pneumococcal disease in just one dose. And millions have already gotten it.
Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you have a severe allergy to its ingredients. A weakened immune system may lower your response. Common side effects include injection site pain and swelling, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138. Visit Prevnar20.com or talk to your doctor or pharmacist.
I'm on Prevnar20.com now, scheduling my appointment.
Good idea. And happy 50th.
The Sleep Apnea and TMJ Solution Center continues to grow. Dr. Poss is now joined by Dr. Brian McLaughlin, coming with the same exceptional credentials as Dr. Poss to help serve Middle Tennessee better. For those who cannot wear a CPAP machine and have mild to moderate sleep apnea, there is an FDA-approved oral device that gently supports your jaw to help you be able to breathe better, snore less without any hose or mask. And as fall approaches, more people have met their insurance deductibles, so it's time to maximize your insurance. Don't wait. Start treating your sleep apnea today. Your snoring can stop, and it can happen before the calendar runs out. They're in network at the Sleep Apnea and TMJ Solution Center with Blue Cross Blue Shield, Aetna, Cigna, United Healthcare, and Medicare. They're also a preferred provider for TRICARE for the military. 2 locations to serve you for your convenience, Brentwood and Murfreesboro. Go see Dr. Poss or Dr. McLaughlin today. Start with a visit to drposs.com. That's drposs.com.
There she is, founder and CEO. High five.
Yeah. Dave can't stop celebrating with every business owner in town.
All right, Baker Man, high five.
He's sharing the excitement of big savings with the Comcast Business 5-year price lock guarantee.
Up top, bike shop.
Yeah. It's 5 years of gig speed internet.
Quick, high five.
5 years of advanced security.
5 years.
And 5 years of a great rate that won't change.
Yeah, law partners. Chamberlain, Messelthorpe, Dubois.
All from the company with 99.9% network reliability. Switch today and get the 5-year price lock guarantee.
5 years.
It's back, but only for a limited time.
Woo!
Powering 5 years of savings, powering possibilities. Comcast Business.
Can't forget you, voiceover guy.
Ah, thanks, Dave.
High five.
Ends 3/9/25. Guaranteed rate applies to monthly service charge for new customers on qualifying internet bundle, excluding taxes and fees. Other restrictions apply.
Are you a parent of a 2 to 8-year-old? Listen closely for an exciting offer, then head to abcmouse.com/radio to learn more. By now, you've probably heard of ABC Mouse.
.526, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning to you, friends. Yes, indeed. I kind of feel like J.D. Vance stepped in it a little bit, and I don't know what in the world he was thinking, but here's what he said. We all know that the January 6th folks, in my opinion, they do need to be pardoned on day one. They do. For many different reasons, of which I've gone into many, many times. But this is what he said to Shannon Bream over the weekend.
I think it's very simple. Look, if you protested peacefully on January the 6th and you've had Merrick Garland's Department of Justice treat you like a gang member, you should be pardoned. If you committed violence on that day, obviously you shouldn't be pardoned. And there's a little bit of a gray area there, but we're very much committed to seeing the equal administration of law. And there are a lot of people, we think, in the wake of January the 6th who were prosecuted unfairly. We need to rectify that.
So this is the headline. And this is from the Associated Press. Betrayal. MAGA activists promise to raise hell as they swear vengeance on J.D. Vance for that comment. Well, so you know my opinion on this. My opinion is because of what Joe Biden has done with all of his pardons, and we've talked about this ad nauseum, but all those pardons, including those al-Qaeda terrorists, where he sent them off to, what was it, Oman? Is that where it was? And then the mastermind of 9/11, those three are not going to get the death penalty. Joe Biden basically protecting these 9/11 terrorists. And that and many other reasons which we've gone into. Donald Trump has more than enough justification to say, you know what, J6ers, you're free. And so here's the problem, though, that the J6ers have. Donald Trump has been a little effusive on this whole thing, too. There have been some days where he'll say, well, we're going to take a good look at each and every case, and we'll judge it on a case-by-case basis, which is basically what J.D. Vance is saying. J.D. Vance is saying the same thing that Donald Trump has said. But there are other times, and there have been other times, where Donald Trump has basically said mass parole. And I'm going to allow everyone related to January 6th out of these gulag prisons of Washington, D.C. That's what Donald Trump has said. So Trump has sort of been all over the place. I don't know if J.D. Vance has, changed his stance on this. But when he says it's very simple, it's really not. And when he said there's a lot of gray area, well, he said I think he said there's a little gray area. No, there's a lot of gray area. because some of those folks have admitted to, and I'm going to put this in air quotes, assaulting police officers when they actually really didn't assault police officers. What they actually did was they admitted to assaulting police officers because they knew if they didn't, they would spend 30 years in prison as opposed to 2 if they copped the plea. So J.D. Vance and Donald Trump, they're going to have to fix this, because I'm here to tell you that as a guy who has been talking about this for 4 years, this is a very, very important issue. Maybe it's not as important to some Americans, but to me and to the people that support Donald Trump, this is a very, very big issue for those MAGA Republicans, if you will. So we'll see if there's any kind of comment on this or some sort of a clarification from Donald Trump and J.D. Vance. But there really does need to be. It is 5:30, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Good morning. It's 5:30 now. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. Got to watch out for slick spots this morning as you begin your commute. In Rutherford County, a driver was pulled to safety after their car slid off a back road last night. Fortunately, in this case, rescuers were able to pull the car back up from a ditch, and the driver was able to drive away. Rutherford County Police say the back roads are where the sun really didn't hit yesterday, so there may still be some ice. Many schools are closed or delayed today as well for the possibility of icing overnight. Well, Hendersonville police are searching for an 18-year-old man in the shooting death of a 16-year-old after an argument. Amani Jordan is suspected in the shooting on Vulco Drive. It's an area that neighbors say is pretty quiet.
I heard the gunshot even over the football game that I was watching in the room, and I instantly pulled up my blinds and saw a car driving away.
Police say they need help finding Amani Jordan. If you have any information, you're asked to call Crime Stoppers. The death toll in California wildfires jumped overnight, and now a new round of danger and fire risk with the highest red flag fire conditions today through Wednesday.
Taking advantage of a brief lull in the wind, firefighters on the ground putting out hotspots to prevent flames from reigniting. The National Guard spraying flame retardant from the air, and helicopters making water drops. The dangerous conditions have put more than 8 million under critical fire risk. The toll of what has already happened in Los Angeles County is unimaginable. At least 24 people are believed to be dead, more than 12,000 structures believed damaged or destroyed, more than 60 square miles burned, more than 100,000 under evacuation orders.
That's ABC's Andrew Dimbert reporting. That's the latest news. We've got traffic and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News.
The guaranteed offer is the easiest way to sell your home. It's really simple. We bring you an all-cash offer. You close in as little as 21 days. No home inspections, no lock boxes, no open houses. Go to markspain.com to get a guaranteed offer and start packing.
Hey, everybody. Dan Mandis from Nashville's Morning News. The Wall Street Journal reported a while ago that people are feeling stress, anxiety, and depression because of this election. If that's you, talk to my guy, Dr. Christopher Van Schenk. He is a psychiatrist out in Nolensville. Now, he can help you with not only depression, if you're feeling it because of politics or whatever, but he can also help you with alcoholism, drug abuse as well. Go to his website, nolensvillepsychiatry.com. He's got a long list of conditions that he can help you with, either in person or at telehealth. Bottom line is, he wants to make it as easy as possible for you to get the help that you need. He can help your kids as well. Check him out online. Again, nolensvillepsychiatry.com. The number's below. Thanks for listening, and good luck.
Looks like it's pretty good this morning on the major routes heading into Nashville, but it's those back roads that may get you with some slick spots, some icing spots overnight. Be careful. A lot of the schools have either called it as closed for today or maybe opening late because of these icy spots. So just careful as you're traveling in this morning. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.537, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Dan Mandis here along with KGB, Jeff Malinoff. Joan Jones is in the WTN newsroom. Back in the dust and crusted
news corner.
News corner is what we call it.
There we go.
Hey, folks. Wake up out there. I know it's Monday. I know that we basically, a lot of us had a kind of a sort of a 3-day weekend because we, got to work from home in our jammies or whatever. But very quiet on the super text line. I believe that, Wilson County is actually closed today for school. And so I think that a lot of people perhaps are sleeping in.
Oh, yeah.
I know the reason. There are some that are doing a delay start today.
Yeah, they're delays.
Yeah.
Yep.
I know someone that's like, they don't come until like 9 or 10 today.
And listen, if you heard that first segment, you know that my brain is also on a delayed start. Okay. I thought that was funny.
That was an applause line.
Well, no, I got to actually get a live cricket and just hold it up against the mic next time that happens.
Whatever. Anyway, so super text line is open, 615-737-9986. All right, so who did what in the snow? Here's what I did. You ready?
I saw your pictures.
We built snowmen.
Yeah.
And we had to convince Riker to build the snowman. Do you know what he wanted to do?
What?
He wanted to build a wall. And
Donald Trump needs him.
And I actually said to him, we need to get you into the Trump administration. And he looks at me like, what? Right? Just leave it to me to politicize snow. But that's what I do. There wasn't enough for sledding. But we did.
I disagree.
Well, where you live in Manchester.
Yeah.
But we did have a bit of a snowball fight.
That's cool.
I, of course, came very close to throwing out my shoulder. But I also realized that I can't hit the broadside of a barn. Like, I tried to throw snowballs, and Riker's pretty big, for like an 11-year-old, and I just couldn't hit him. So anyway, that's what we did. And by the time that, but he hit me. He throws this snowball. I wasn't even there. Okay, I love Riker. I got to say that before I.
Where are you going with this?
Right.
Before I mention what he did. So I am down, and I get it. All's fair in love, war, and snowball fights. But he's quick. So I'm down, and I'm packing. You go down to get some snow in my hands. I go up. I stand back up. He is like 4 feet from me, and he just hits me right in the face.
You didn't get mad at him, did you?
And I said, no, of course not.
Snowball fights are ruthless, and you got to be prepared always. That's your fault, personally.
Yes. I know it's my fault. Listen, he's 11. He's got me on like quickness and speed and agility and
when he's 16, you're so in trouble.
Accuracy. When he's 16, I won't be out there with him.
Yeah.
He will break your nose.
He will, absolutely. So did anybody else have fun in the snow before we move on?
I went with my nieces and nephews, them sledding, but they sled like this. So they sled like they go down, but they go into like a diagonal because they're so light, And unfortunately, where they aim is for this giant tree going full speed. So I literally had to basically stand in front of a tree, making sure they didn't Georgia the jungle.
That's a good idea.
That's what you got to do. Riker, a couple of years ago, people who have listened to the program a long time know, Riker yesterday, when we went sledding, it's amazing that kid has survived to 11 with me around. We went sledding, and he goes down our neighborhood hill right into a brick mailbox.
Oh.
Yeah, and he hit his head. And so we run down there, and of course, slipping and sliding all the way down. And I said, "Are you okay?" "I'm fine." And I'm looking for like a gash, a wound on his, because he literally hit his head while he was sliding. He was fine. He was crazy. And I'm silly enough to think that he's going to be thwarted by a snowball.
Yeah.
Anyway.
My son, one time, we were on a golf course. My son was probably 7 or 8 years old, flying down the golf course hill into the water.
Oh.
Yeah. Not good.
No, that's not good. Although there's a story out there today. Do you know what a guy did? I actually find this interesting, and I'm not entirely certain why he decided to do it. But there is a guy in the midst of all that snow, and he decided to take a plunge in Percy Priest, in that lake.
Oh.
Now, number one, you wouldn't catch me swimming in that lake in, the middle of summer. But, yeah, it was really, really cold, obviously, on Friday. And dude just jumped into Percy Priest. His name is Cody Ekman. And he decided to jump in the frigid waters. And he says that, this is apparently good for your health. People have said that about taking those polar plunges.
The ice baths, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. No,
I don't buy
thanks.
it myself.
I'll watch from a distance.
See, I'm afraid that I would have a heart attack.
Yeah.
That would be my luck, that I would have a heart attack.
You're supposed to do it after you work out. It's like, it kind of like helps with your muscles and like, instead, like, when you drink protein, it helps out because when you work out, your muscles tear, but not like in like microscopic.
See, that's
tears.
why I don't work out.
Microscopic
Good
tears,
plan, Dan.
But point proven. Anyways, but you go into the ice bath, and it just kind of helps with the regaining that muscle strength, regaining just your stamina and everything.
All right, very good. The 10 Commandments. This is the headline from the Tennessean. New Tennessee bill would allow 10 commandments to be placed in public schools. I feel like we do this every year.
Yeah.
Like, have we... Like, super texters, check me on this. I feel like I've done this story literally every single year in the close to 11 years that I've been here at WTN. And they never pass it. Now, here's my official talk show host position on this. Put it in. Don't put them in. But do you really think that, and I'm just going to throw Memphis right under the bus because I can. So do you really think that, these kids in Memphis, they're not going to steal, they're not going to murder, they're not going to, all the things that are in the Ten Commandments. Do you really think that they're not going to do that just because it's placed in a school, whether it's Nashville or Memphis or Wilson County, whatever? This is a family thing. If you want the Ten Commandments to be followed, then you as parents are the ones that need to teach the Ten Commandments. I don't know, and Joan, you may disagree with me on this.
I do disagree with you on this.
But I just don't think that this is going to be the end-all, be-all of how to fix kids.
It's certainly not the end-all, be-all, and I don't think that that's the aim of it, but it does...
It reinforces it.
Normalizes seeing the Ten Commandments, right?
Mm-hmm.
Also, our laws are built on the Ten Commandments. So there's a basis. Our laws just didn't come out of the blue. This is how we were set to live by the Lord. And so, my goodness, that our laws are based on this. And I think that there's certainly a teaching moment there. It gives historical context.
Okay, now here's where I will disagree with myself. Because remember, I said put it in there, don't put it in there, whatever. But to me, this has to come from the parents. This has to come from the church. I am all for putting it in there. But if you think this is going to fix the ills of society, I believe that you're wrong. Mm-hmm. Now, that being said, I will also say, well then, Joan, why haven't they done this yet? Like, again, I've been talking about this for years. The new bill says the documents should be displayed in a prominent location to educate students on the historical significance and common cultural heritage the documents represent for students, school, state, or country. The bill notes that schools who choose to participate will be given hard copies free of charge. And again, I think it's a fine idea. I don't think this is going to fix the ills of society. The ills of society are caused by a lack of fathers in the household, lack of parents taking their kids to church, and not enforcing the Ten Commandments, and not, I hate to sound all preachy, but leading a biblical life.
Well, agreed. But having those, first of all, the Ten Commandments are not like being displayed for the first time ever. They were taken out of the schools at some point. Our schools did teach the Ten Commandments. Our schools did teach a biblical worldview until, what was it, the 1970s when, things just fell apart and there was so much such a push against Christians and Christianity and lifestyle, and the efforts to get rid of the nuclear family. My goodness.
And Joan, you just hit it. Like, see, for me, I'm all about the nuclear family.
Yeah.
And the dissolution of the nuclear family. That, to me, has absolutely obliterated and destroyed American society. It has.
Yep.
And you look at, and I've talked about this forever, but you look at the prisons. How many of those prisons are filled with people that didn't have fathers in the house?
Yeah.
That's the problem. So that's what I mean when I say I'm all for putting the Ten Commandments in schools. And if it maybe if it piques some curiosity in some of these kids, then I think that's great. But I just don't think this is going to be the I don't think this is going to be the key to fixing the problems that cities have. KGB, what do you think?
I mean, I grew up in a religious family, and I went to either synagogue or church, so it's tough to, again, I understand your point of, putting it up there. A kid's not going to walk by it and go, okay, I'm going to obey that with the rest of my life. I feel like if you can walk by it and then the kid asks the parents about it, hopefully the parents will give them the insight about the importance of the Ten Commandments. I think that's what they're hoping for.
Yeah, that's what I said, the piquing of curiosity.
Yeah, exactly. So I think that's the plan. But again, having them removed, I think the reason they're trying to get it back is because it was removed. And now they're like, okay, we're trying to get back into this, going back to almost quote unquote normal, I guess is the right word,
7670 says, Dan, as a teacher, total freaking waste of time.
Oh.
That's what a teacher says.
Yeah. Well,
that's what I mean. That's what. Now, I went to a private school, so my vision here, my perspective might be a little off because the Ten Commandments were everywhere when I went to school at the private school. Going into the public school for junior high was quite the culture shock, as a matter of fact. So anyway, yeah, I am all for it. I think that parents and the churches, they are the ones that have to reinforce this. And by the way, there's going to be a lot of people that will scream about the separation of church and state and so on and so forth. So, but for me, I do believe it's a great idea. If this is what they're expecting to fix the problems we have, I don't think that's going to do it.
Well, here's an important question. Do we want our state government to go countless hours going on about this instead of other things that maybe need more time to look at?
Well, and here's the thing that I would ask, and maybe I'll ask Jack Johnson next time I can get him on, or Cameron Sexton, is this has been a conversation seemingly, I mean, probably not every single year, but I know that I've talked about this ad nauseum, which is why I'm probably not as interested in it as a topic today, because there's so much other stuff going on and it just never seems to go anywhere. But I would love to see it go somewhere, because I think that it probably could do some good. By the way, anybody here partaking in Dry January? You guys know what Dry January is?
No.
I already blew Dry January because I went to the Wilson's home and lovely Dawn made me some dangrias. So
nice.
Yeah. So, however, I also think that me and Amy are doing Dry January from 30 days from that Saturday night at the Wilson's house. So, you guys partake in that at all?
I just go months without drinking. I just had a choice.
You'll just go months without drinking?
I don't drink.
Yeah.
Very rarely drink. Yeah, again, it's just what I grew up. I just always thought it was not necessary. Just family issues. Not my parents, fortunately, but just just the outskirts family members.
You know what? When you get older and life starts beating you down, you'll see how important drinking is.
Yeah, but I just never.
I didn't become an alcoholic until I turned 45.
Yeah, I didn't have my first drink until 21. So,
wow. Actually, okay. You know what? I didn't have my first. You know what? We can't do this now.
We can't.
8:35. Remind me to tell you how old I was when I actually had my first real drink. It will shock you. Joan, what's coming up?
Okay. So this is the week that President Trump's picks are being trumped up to Capitol Hill. Well, one of his picks, her confirmation hearing is being delayed. We'll tell you who it is and why. Also, there's a recall from Walmart to tell you about. Those stories coming up at 6 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Hey, what's up, guys? It's Matt Murphy in the middle of downtown Franklin, Tennessee. We've talked so much about Savory Spice. I thought, why not show you the place? So let's go on in and see what's popping at Savory Spice. As I've always said, you will smell the spices even before you walk in. I can smell them right here in the doorway. Come on in and let's introduce you to the one and only Holly, who is the owner and proprietor of Savory Spice. Say hey, Holly.
Hello, everyone.
Now, enough about Holly. Let's talk about spicy and easy products like the incredible taco soup, which, as I said, you put this in a crock pot, you put all the ingredients that it tells you to buy right there, you put the spices in, and it's so easy. So if you don't know what you're doing around the kitchen, it's a perfect way to find your way around the kitchen, as is the Mediterranean dill risotto. Now, for the holidays, pumpkin pie spice. What doesn't it have, Holly?
Pumpkin.
Doesn't have any pumpkin in it. That's a fun fact for all of you kids out there. Now, if you stop by Savory Spice, either in the Franklin location or at L&L Market, you can get yourself a sample of the dill dip, which is my absolute favorite. Just tell them Matt Murphy sent you to Savory Spice with purchase now. So come by Franklin or L&L Market in Nashville and come see Holly and the entire crew at Savory Spice.
5:56, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. A lot of people with some great points regarding the 10 Commandments in schools. I know that you've been going back and forth with some folks, Joan. One person said if we have to put up with all the gay crap in school, we should also be able to put up the 10 Commandments.
Point. Yep.
Number of other folks said that if it changes 1672, if it changes just one child's mind and they in turn cultivate a new nuclear family, it was worth it. I absolutely agree. A lot of people have some great things to say about it.
Here's another point that somebody else made, which I hadn't thought of, and it's very valid. You put those 10 Commandments up, and you know a lot of these teachers are anti-Christian because you see their posts on TikTok and Instagram and all. So if the kid sees the 10 Commandments and goes to the teacher and asks about it, well, they may give a response that you don't want your kid to hear.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
That's very true. And that's why I say it's got to be reinforced by parents.
At home, certainly.
So,
yeah.
You know how old I was when I started drinking?
Okay,
you know
tell
how
me.
old when I first started drinking?
Tell me.
45.
That's
What?
great. Good
45,
for you.
46 years old, yeah.
Whoa.
I had one drunken weekend in Las Vegas in my 30s, but I just kind of count that as my lost weekend. But really, I didn't start drinking more regularly until, frankly, after my divorce.
Yeah.
And it was like, man, it was on. It was party time. And then, of course, I met Amy, and she, at one point in her life, was a drinker, and she had a lot to drink. She was not an alcoholic, but let's just say that we had a lot of fun in the first probably year and a half, 2 years of our relationship. And then we decided year 3 of our relationship was the year in which we were going to not drinking anymore. And we stopped drinking. And it was just like, all right, we're done. And now I really don't drink much at all. And she doesn't drink literally. I'm the drunk in the house, which says a lot about how much Amy drinks, which is literally nothing. So now I don't really drink much anymore. But yeah, that's how old I really was when I started drinking, was around 46 years old. And
wow.
Yeah, I know, it's crazy.
It is crazy.
Was there like a moment that you're like, all right, give me that at 40? What was that? What was the tipping point at 46 that get you on the devil's juice, the booze,
the devil's drink?
The devil's drink.
I don't know. I just, you know what? And I was actually, now that I'm thinking about it, I'm 57 now, 47. Yeah, maybe about 48 years old. But no, it was just, I just started having fun. That was just the thing. When you're, I mean, and I'm not saying anything negative about marriage, but I was single, and I was accountable to no one but myself, and I loved that feeling. And so I started drinking. And then very quickly I realized that it was way overrated.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
And so then I realized I actually had to be accountable to myself and God, and I went through this whole thing. So anyway, but yeah, that's when I really started drinking.
When I was young, I grew up at the shore, at the beach, and friends of ours, we all decided to get some beers and go to the beach. And when you drink beers and the sun is really hot and baking you, you don't feel very good afterwards.
There's that too.
Yeah, man, did I?
There's that too.
I was way sick.
And you know what? I also found out very quickly there's a lot of calories in drink.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
I'd rather eat my calories.
That's exactly right. I'll take a Reese's peanut butter cup over a margarita any day of the week. All right, 6 o'clock on WTN.
Good morning, 6 o'clock now, and I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. Well, some of President-elect Donald Trump's cabinet nominees are gearing up to face lawmakers on Capitol Hill.
Scheduled for Senate confirmation hearings this week, including former Fox News host Pete Hegseth, who's nominated for Secretary of Defense. Hegseth spent several days on Capitol Hill last month working to drum up support.
What they want to do to make sure that department is properly oriented for the threats of the world and make sure that we're putting the warfighters first.
Also getting hearings this week, South Dakota Governor Kristi Noem, Trump's Homeland Security Secretary pick, and his pick for Attorney General Pam Bondi.
Now, ABC's Nicole D'Antonio reporting there. Tulsi Gabbard's confirmation hearings for Director of National Intelligence, they're being delayed until next week. There is a paperwork issue with the Office of Government Ethics that's being blamed for holding up the process. Tennessee lawmakers get down to business starting tomorrow. The state's 114th General Assembly begins. Lawmakers have already pre-filed some of the bills that would be taken up this year, and that would include school vouchers, the program backed by Governor Bill Lee. Walmart is recalling its great value family-sized chicken broth that was sold in southern states, including Tennessee, at the end of 2024. These are 48-ounce cartons with a shelf life lasting until March 2026. Now, the FDA said those containers had packaging problems that could lead to the broth spoiling. There have been no reports of illnesses. Walmart said customers can ask for a full refund, but they do want customers to throw the product out. Market Numbers Report now brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com. Here's Jim Ryan.
From ABC News, Wall Street now. Stocks took a beating on Friday. The Dow fell nearly 700 points heading into the weekend at 41,938. The Nasdaq lost an identical 1.63%. The S&P 500 ended last week with a 1.5% hit. Less than 2 weeks in, the Dow Jones and S&P are down about 1% on the year. Big banks, including J.P. Morgan Chase, Wells Fargo, and Citigroup, report their earnings this week. Investors are looking for a boost from their results. U.S. Steel and Japan's Nippon Steel have until June to give up their plans for a merger. President Biden blocked Nippon's takeover, arguing that foreign ownership of U.S. Steel poses a national security risk. The two companies both are suing. A new study analyzing over 50,000 items sold by Walmart, Target, and Whole Foods finds that ultra-processed foods dominate U.S. grocery store shelves. Healthier, minimally processed options make up only a small fraction of the inventory. Jim Ryan, ABC News.
Now, stock futures are pointing down once again today, adding to the losses from Friday. Dow futures are minus 128, NASDAQ futures down 255, and we've got S&P futures down 47 points. That's the latest news. We've got traffic and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. Looks like it's going pretty well this morning on 24, on 40, and on 65. Heading into Nashville, you just may run into some slick spots on the back roads because of freezing overnight. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
6:06, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Welcome on in. Yes, it is cold. High of 38 today. The fires in Los Angeles continue to burn. I don't know, Joan, if you saw that video, or friends, if you saw that video where Dennis Quaid, of all people, and I'm a big Dennis Quaid fan. By the way, he was great in Reagan.
Oh, yeah, he was.
But did you see the video of poor Dennis Quaid? He is trying to put a hamper full of clothes, not one, but two hampers full of clothes, into his sporty little Mercedes-Benz. I think it was either a Mercedes-Benz or a BMW or something. But it's the cameras are there. And they're trying he's trying to put this into his car, and these hampers just won't fit. And so you know that he understands that people are watching him as he's trying to do this, trying to maneuver them in any way possible to get these hampers of clothes into his car, and it's just not working. But I thought it was interesting because Dennis Quaid had a few things to say.
Just really quick, do you share the same concerns and frustrations with how the local and state government were prepared for this?
Oh, hell yeah. Oh, yeah, for sure. A bunch of politicians pointing fingers at each other. And that's what, I don't want to hear that stuff on the news. I want people out doing stuff about it. That's what. So, got to hit the ground running.
Yeah, I felt bad for him because he had no choice. I think he went to go speak to the reporter so that they would move on and not just watch him as he's trying to fit these clothes hampers into his BMW. And people were bashing the reporter because, fire is coming. And he's trying to get evacuated, and they're sticking a camera and a microphone in his face, Dennis Quaid. So he did end up talking for a couple of minutes, reflecting on all that was going on.
Who would have thought? We've all had a really big lesson.
What is it?
And that our experience of reality can change in a moment. Tuesday, we woke up to this big plume of smoke, and then that was a real exciting day. And, as far as here, and Palisades went up, and Wednesday it came within 150 yards of the house, and these guys with their planes came down and put that retardant down there, and those helicopter pilots they're incredible what they do. And I can't say enough about the firefighters and the first responders in this town.
Yeah, honestly, if you've been following what's been going on in the news, you've got firefighters that have been doing an incredible job. You've got paramedics in the media. News reporters have also, and frankly, radio reporters have been doing a terrific job as well in Los Angeles. Now, I touched on this in the 5 o'clock hour. I do believe that this bears repeating because this is huge. Remember we were talking about the guy carrying a blowtorch. This was, I think, on Friday.
That was amazing video, too.
Where, the guy's carrying a blowtorch, and the Good Samaritans, they cornered the guy. And they're like, and you see the video, and the guy's like, drop it, drop it, drop it. They finally cornered this guy up against a wall or a tree or something, and he was arrested. Turns out this dude is an illegal alien from Mexico. Juan Manuel Sierra Levaya. He is in custody right now on a probation violation. He has not been charged with arson. Now, they say that ICE, this is Bill Malusian tweeting out. He says, I'm told ICE will place a detainer request on him with the L.A. County Sheriff's Department. They do not expect it to be honored due to California's sanctuary state law. He says, I'm told that Sierra Leone, or Leva, will have a court appearance on Monday. That's today. Again, he has not been charged with arson and is in custody only on a probation violation at the moment. Can somebody tell me why someone would be carrying around a blowtorch randomly?
Oh, you don't just pack yours?
No, oddly enough, I don't.
Day?
I mean, is there...
So I shouldn't have brought mine to work.
No.
Oh, well, I read
Lord,
the memo
definitely
wrong.
not around here, man. This place is a tinderbox. So... Is there, super texters, is there any reason why someone should be carrying a blowtorch down the street when there's massive winds and fires all over the place. Can you imagine if this guy does end up being an illegal alien that in the sanctuary city and sanctuary state of Los Angeles in California, and it turns out that these fires are being started? Because this isn't the only fire that started. The Kenneth fire is not the only fire that is started under suspicious circumstances. So I don't know what's going on in California, if people, including illegal aliens, are running around with blowtorches, setting things on fire, but it's horrible. And it just, once again, shows you how just dumb it is to have these sanctuary city policies where you encourage this kind of influx of illegal aliens. Gavin Newsom is doing his best, of course, to try to save his political career. I think Gavin Newsom is done. You think Gavin Newsom is done, Joan, all the time you've been watching politics?
I think he's done, and I think the mayor, Karen Bass, I think her goose is also cooked.
Oh, she's an idiot. I mean, the two of them don't have a brain to share.
I love that press conference where President Biden was, it's these staged, contrived things where President Biden's talking to them saying, hey, that happened because, things that were out of your control. It's so contrived.
It's BS.
It's crazy.
It is absolute BS.
And trying to give them cover like that. And once that happens, I think that brings more scrutiny on them. So
it does.
Yeah.
It does, because then you got to spend your time debunking it.
Right.
So Gavin Newsom, of course, Donald Trump has been out there calling him incompetent. He was on Meet the Press. Gavin Newsom was.
President-elect Trump has blamed you for this crisis. He called you incompetent. What's your response?
Well, I called for him to come out, take a look for himself. We want to do it in the spirit of an open hand, not a closed fist. He's the president-elect. I respect the office. I don't know what he's referring to when he talks about the Delta smelt in reservoirs. The reservoirs are completely full, the state reservoirs here in Southern California. That mis and disinformation, I don't think advantages or aids any of us.
So right after he said that, you know what happened? Right after he said that, the reservoirs were all full.
Yeah, of course.
That epic photograph comes out of the Palisades Reservoir that was completely empty. And they emptied it stunningly. They emptied it right before the fires began, a couple of days before the fires began. And so he was immediately fact-checked.
Responding to Donald Trump's insults, we would spend another month. I'm very familiar with them. Every elected official that he disagrees with, very familiar with them.
Why is it an insult to talk about the competency of somebody who is clearly incompetent? It's not an insult. It's like an adjective. You know what I mean? For Gavin Newsom to say, oh, Donald Trump is in his insults. Well, here's the deal, dude. He is accusing you of being incompetent, and so far, you have not given us any reason to doubt that you are incompetent. Now, remember the issues that we've spoken about. You heard him talking about the Delta smelt. We're going to get into that just a little bit. I'm not going to retrace all of Friday's rather epic monologues on the smelt fish, but I don't even think I can handle that. But we are going to talk about and give examples of Gavin Newsom and why Donald Trump is proven right time and time again when it comes to the incompetence of Gavin Newsom. It's all straight ahead, 6:15. Time to check the roads on WTN. Weather today, a high of 38, right now 30 degrees at Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Watch those back roads, friends. Now, Gavin Newsom is a proven liar. We already know that. He lied when he said that the reservoirs were full, and he lied when, and we talked about this on Friday, he lied when he said that he had done a massive amount of forest cleaning, and then NPR, of all places, did an investigation. And they found out that he lied epically. He claimed that he had cleared, I think it was 90,000 acres of brush, and it turned out it was only like 10,000. He lied. Either that or he's incompetent, one of the two. And I don't know which is frankly worse. Multiple media reports about how the Delta smelt, and again, that's the fish the government in California has been trying to protect, that is part of the wildlife that the state is trying to protect. And that's also why they can't move as much water as they need from northern and central California down into southern California. Donald Trump called them out on that whole thing. And Newsom responded. You heard him say, I don't know what he's talking about with the Delta smelt. Really? Listen very closely to this question and Newsom's answer. It is regarding the Palisades reservoir, again, that was shut down and drained just days before that fire.
We do know, though, from reporting here locally that one reservoir that serves the Palisades was not full.
And that's exactly what triggered my desire to get the investigation.
Wait a minute. So he just said the reservoirs were all full and functioning, but then the reporter calls him out and he doesn't even address the fact that he clearly lied.
We do know, though, from reporting here locally that one reservoir that serves the Palisades was not full.
And that's exactly what triggered my desire to get the investigation, to understand what was happening with that local reservoir. That was not a state system reservoir, which the president-elect was referring to as it relates to the Delta and somehow connecting the Delta smelt to this fire, which is inexcusable because it's inaccurate, also incomprehensible to anyone that understands water policy in the state.
Well, Trump was speaking more generically or generally about water policy. And listen, the LA Times and others, many others, have reported that the water policy in California was shaped by trying to save the endangered fish, and that was impacting how much water went into Southern California.
Because they're trying to protect a tiny little fish, which is in other areas, by the way, called a smelt. And for the sake of a smelt, they have no water. They had no water in the fire hydrants today in Los Angeles. It was a terrible thing.
Yeah, this is from the LA Times. I will reiterate. The Department of Water Resources has also said that officials have had to limit pumping from the Sacramento-San Joaquin River Delta this year because of environmental protections for native fish. That's the smelt. The agency has said its ability to move water south through the system of aqueducts and reservoirs has been impacted by the presence of threatened and endangered fish species near the state's pumping facilities in the South Delta. So if you're going to say that Donald Trump is a liar, and if you're going to say that Donald Trump is out there just throwing around all of these insults, then what do you say about NPR? What do you say about the LA Times? Because they were reporting on this as well. And by the way, remember, they haven't seen a Delta smelt in like 6 years. So I don't know if he's just trying to, if Newsom is trying to split hairs or what, but he's already a proven liar. He's lied about so many different things. He lied about the effectiveness of masks. Remember, he was all about mask mandates and everything else, and then he went off and had a highfalutin, mask-free, no social distancing dinner in California. We all remember that story.
He also lied to that lady that he was on the phone with President Biden.
You're right. He also lied about that.
That was crazy.
He just lies.
I think if we ever have a rec basketball league, we got to call ourselves the Delta Smelts. That's all I'm thinking about right now.
You know what? When WTN finally comes up with like a softball team, we can call ourselves the Delta Smelt.
Absolutely.
I think that'd be cool.
I like it.
6:20 on Nashville's Morning News. By the way, another lie leveled against Donald Trump by Gavin Newsom about how Trump supposedly threatened to defund firefighters.
Oh, yeah.
We'll talk about that and the reality. That is coming up right before Joan's News. It is 6:20 on Nashville's Morning News. Joan, what is coming up at 6:30?
Well, the one Trump nominee who will likely face the least resistance during confirmation hearings. Also, a family of 6 out sledding on Friday. Why they had to run for their lives. Those stories coming up at 6:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
6:21, friends, if you have a piece of land you don't know what to do with, maybe some property that you don't know what to do with, I want you to think about a pole barn from my friends at Stoltzco. Now, they are the premier pole barn builders here in the state of Tennessee. I love these folks, and I love their pole barns. You know, putting up a pole barn from Stoltzco could increase the value of your land big time. You can use it as a garage, an event space, an equestrian building, or you can just live in it. The thing is, pole barns from Stoltzco, they're flexible And yes, they are built really well too. Now, you could also plan ahead and build your retirement home. Now, a lot of folks in the city, they also use these as barn dominiums. Again, you can live in these. Pole barns that you can live in, they are amazing to look at. Check them out on their website, STOLTZCA, Stoltzco.com. Also, check them out on their Instagram and Facebook pages as well. As always, tell them Dan Mandis told you to reach out, Stoltzco.com.
The guaranteed offer is the easiest way to sell your home. It's really simple. We bring you an all-cash offer. You close in as little as 21 days. No home inspections, no lock boxes, no open houses. Go to markspain.com to get a guaranteed offer and start packing.
626, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. By the way, you know where Congressman Andy Ogles spent his weekend? Mar-a-Lago.
Oh.
That's right. He was meeting with President-elect Donald Trump. The congressman will join us at 6:36 on Nashville's Morning News. Going to find out what the conversation was all about as he went to Mar-a-Lago. Looking forward to that. Congressman Andy Ogles joining us here after the news on Super Talk 99.7. Is Gavin Newsom worried about Donald Trump withholding aid to California? Because he says that Donald Trump has threatened this before.
My understanding is that you have put a call into President-elect Trump. Has he called you back?
No, that was months ago. That was after his victory. So I look forward to him, again, coming out here in the spirit of cooperation.
Forgive me for interrupting you, but you did invite him to come out here. Have you had any response?
No.
Nothing. Multiple times, Mr. Trump has threatened to withhold aid for California wildfires, both as president and now again as president-elect. Are you worried that he might actually do that?
Well, I mean, he's done it Utah, he's done it Michigan, did it Puerto Rico. He did it to California back before I was even governor in 2018, until he found out folks in Orange County voted for him, and then he decided to give the money. So he's been at this for years and years and years. It transcends states, including, by the way, Georgia. He threatened similarly. So that's his style. And you know, we take it seriously to the extent that in the past, it's taken a little bit more time.
So here's the deal. What Donald Trump has said and what he said is that you need to improve your water policies and you need to improve your forest management. You need to clear the dead brush and make sure that farmers get water as well. And they do, of course. Some farmers don't have enough water, and some farmers do have all the water. So they need to figure all that out. But that's what Donald Trump has said. What Trump has said is that, yeah, you folks have a lot that you in California need to fix. And I'm not going to give you the funding that you need until you get that fixed. Now, they got the funding anyway, but clearly, here's the deal. If way back when all of that was going on, if they'd actually fixed the issues that California has, if they had heeded the advice of one Donald J. Trump, then they wouldn't be in nearly the position that they are now.
I've been pretty expressive about that in context of someone threatening our first responders in terms of supporting the immediacy of their needs.
That's what you take it as, that President-elect Trump is threatening the first responders here.
Well, I mean, it's what he said. He said, I'm not going to support the firefighting efforts. I'm not going to support the state of California as it relates to its emergency management.
I'd be willing to bet a lot of those first responders that Gavin Newsom is referring to, I'd be willing to bet that they are far more on board with the president-elect and his idea on managing the water resources of California than Gavin Newsom. Just a thought. It is 6:30 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Good morning, 6:30 now, and I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. Well, as President Trump's picks are headed to Capitol Hill for their respective confirmation hearings this week, one of them, Pam Bondi, is his choice to be the lead of the Justice Department. ABC's White House correspondent Mary Alice Park tells us that Bondi will likely have the least resistance among the Republican majority.
And said some pretty, controversial stuff in the past, or at least expressed really strong loyalty to Trump, which I think does make some people nervous about whether there's going to be enough independence in the judiciary at the Department of Justice under her leadership. But she was the Florida State Attorney General. She's taken on big cases. She has a pedigree that I think makes it harder to argue against her nomination.
Bondi's hearings are slated for Wednesday and Thursday this week. In Southern California, they're bracing for more high winds in the areas where now 24 people have already lost their lives as fires swept through. Mike Geller lost his family home and all of its belongings, along with his jewelry business. And he says finding a place of refuge is a big problem, especially for the elderly.
Hopefully a lot of these elderly have children or, some sort of, I pray that they have some means of finding a place to get in and be a home base and just somewhere where they can just recuperate their mindset.
Over 12,000 structures have been damaged or destroyed. A family out sledding in Harrison, Tennessee, that's near Chattanooga, had to take cover when a man began firing at them. This happened on Friday morning. This family of 6, who said their youngest is 1 year old, They were out there sledding. Nobody was hurt, thankfully. Police showed up pretty quickly. The man, 56-year-old Benjamin Cook, told police they were trespassing on his property. But an investigation revealed that the family was not on his property. He has been booked into jail. That's the latest news. We've got traffic and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News.
Look at Joan, 632, Nashville's Morning News. Friends, you know that January can be a time to clean, purge, and become healthier. Zero Res can help you do just that. They offer you a healthier way to clean your home. I love Zero Res. I've been a customer for years. And using Zero Res means that they use cleaning agents that leave your carpet cleaner and healthier than those other carpet cleaning companies. You know, when they clean with their ZR water technology, they leave no soap, no residue, and no harsh chemicals. Now, Zero Res is going to clean and sanitize your surfaces without the use of detergents or harsh chemicals, which means that, yes, your carpet does stay cleaner longer, unlike those other carpet cleaning companies. Now, again, I've been using Zero Res for years now, and they are number one in my house. The Carpet and Rug Institute also say that Zero Res is the number one carpet cleaning system in the nation. Independent testing labs also say the same thing. Now, right now, they've got a great deal going on just for listeners to my show. 3 rooms of carpets cleaned for just $99. That's right, $99 for 3 rooms of carpets cleaned. And you can celebrate the new year with 25% off of upholstery cleaning. Be healthy and stay healthy in 2025 with Zero Res. Restrictions may apply. 615-535-9376. Tell them Dan told you to reach out. 615-535-9376. Book online, ZeroResNashville.com.
Well, the troubles are starting to build now. We've got an accident 24 of the eastbound lanes in Whites Creek, make that, before Old Hickory Boulevard. It's a crash there, and also a crash in Talbot's Corner, 65 before the I-24 downtown exit 86. One involving some injuries, too, in North Nashville, Ed Temple Boulevard at Clarksville Pike, and then got a crash, too, in Antioch on Hobson Pike north of Hamilton Church Road. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
636, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Welcome on in, along with Joan Jones. KGB, Jeff Malinoff is producing today, and Congressman Andy Ogles is joining us on the Newsmaker Hotline. Congressman, always great to have you on. So you spent the weekend at Mar-a-Lago. So let's talk about the reasons why you were there, but also, was this your first time at Mar-a-Lago?
No, so it's I've been to Mar-a-Lago before, but I had dinner with the president Friday night. So over the weekend, he invited down key individuals from the House of Representatives to literally just to have dinner with him, to break bread, to talk about our priorities, and how we make America great again.
All right. So how many, if you don't mind, how many people were there, and what did all of you have in common? Because there's got to be a reason why this specific group was, I noticed Chip Roy was there, I think. Why was this specific group invited?
So he did a series of 3 dinners. Friday night was the Freedom Caucus, and so there's about 20 or so of us there. And then last Saturday night he did. So you've got what you call the SALT guys, but it has to do with tax deduction, primarily affecting New York, New Jersey, California. They're kind of holding out to raise the caps on that, and so there's kind of this back and forth between the Freedom Caucus. Obviously, we're wanting to cut the budget and do things like that. However, these guys are wanting to raise that cap. And then last night he did chairman of the various committees. So he's strategically making sure that he's hearing from the House of Representatives, because he's going to move fast. I mean, on his first day, he said at dinner he's going to do over 100 executive orders.
I think that's great. I mean, I would encourage him to do as many executive orders as he feels like he needs to do. So the topic of conversation during the Friday night with the Freedom Caucus, I'm assuming a lot of this had to deal with spending and the budget, continuing resolutions, and so forth.
Yeah, so we're about to go through budget reconciliation. That's where we go back and forth between the Senate and pass a big spending bill. What we're recommending is that the president support us breaking it into 2 pieces, which will take away some of the leverage that the big spenders in Congress have, because they can't just pile all the pork into one giant big bill. The president at first was saying he wants one big, beautiful bill. That's not necessarily a good thing. The bigger it is, the more junk gets added to it, the more complicated it becomes and harder it is to pass. And so we're saying, hey, Mr. President, let's put the border, let's put some of these important things, these big wins that the American people want. Let's do that first. Then we can get into the tax policy, which is more nerdy. It takes more time. There's going to be more back and forth, but we're committed to doing it. But let's break this into 2 pieces and make sure that you're successful in your first 100 days. He was very open to that idea. And so now I don't think you try to force whether it's 1 bill or 2 bills. I think as we move forward, it'll organically start to sort itself out, and it'll become obvious that 2 bills is better than 1, but to be determined.
How is the Republican Party? I know that you and I speak about this frequently, and I've spoken with Congressman Mark Green, Tim Burchett, Scott Desjardins, a lot of you folks, John Rose as well. And basically the bottom line is you folks aren't fighting with Democrats. You're fighting amongst each other, if there is fighting. We all know that the Democrats, they're going to vote literally no on probably just about everything, hence all of those executive orders. But I'm going to try to ask this as respectfully as possible. How train wrecky is this going to be with all the Republicans, the different shades of fiscal conservatism? Because I think this could turn into a disaster pretty quickly.
That's a great question, but I think you look at the speaker's election. It took a little bit of time. I was one of the 4 or 5 people that helped bring it. We landed the plane on the first ballot. But that being said, is we got it done. And that's what the founding fathers intended, is the House of Representatives. It's where you argue, it's where you debate, and it's where you get the best deal for the American people, not for the lobbyists in Washington, D.C. And so that's part of my job. I go into the 119th ranked the most conservative member of Congress. And so my job is to say, look, we can do better than this. Let's not just accept the status quo. Let's not just do a big rubber stamp for more spending. We know there's waste. We know there's fraud. We know there's redundancies and duplications that can be eliminated. And so let's do that. And if we just do that, it's a step in the right direction. But Congress it doesn't have good muscle memory when it comes to cutting the budget, and that's what we're trying to do is retrain the process And we had some victories too with the speaker's fight. So what typically will happen at the end of the week is that they'll do something on suspension, meaning that what they have to do is get 2/3 of the vote of both Republicans and Democrats. And so leadership will throw some sweetener in there to get just enough Democrats to vote for it to pass it. And they do that on flyout day. So everybody's trying to get home. But we changed the rules, the House Freedom Caucus did, where you can only do suspensions on Mondays and Tuesdays. And so now you can't just do this when everybody's literally trying to get back to the district. They're trying to get back to their events, their fundraisers, more importantly, their families. You can't do that anymore. And so it's a simple change. It's a process change. But what it does is it breaks those bad habits that have infected Congress for so long. And so, step by step. We didn't get here overnight. We're not going to fix it overnight, but that's what we're trying to do in the House Freedom Caucus.
So I think the House Freedom Caucus, you guys probably have a lot of power in this session, do you not?
Absolutely. Really any faction. So the SALT guys, those New York, New Jersey, California guys, that coalition, they have influence as well, a great deal of influence. But I think because we in the Freedom Caucus, myself, we're driven by principles. We're not malleable when it comes to, let's just go cut a deal. I ran to fix this budget. I ran to secure the border. I ran to deport the illegals that are in this country. And I'm going to stick to my guns. I'm going to fight for those things, even if I'm getting attacked along the way. And so I think that's truly our leverage, is that we're going to stick to our principles and we're going to fight for those things that, quite frankly, is what sent Donald Trump overwhelmingly to the White House as he won every swing state. And I think that's one of the things we can't forget. So I was on, as they were trying to force the president, the increase in the debt ceiling to the tune of $5 trillion. I'm on the phone. I'm with the speaker. He and I are on the phone with the vice president. And he's kind of giving me the what for of I just need to do this. I said, no, Mr. Vice President, this is not the right way to do it. Let's do it during reconciliation. Let's make sure we get some of those budget cuts that are promised, and let's go fight for these things that the American people want. And ultimately, we stopped it, and we're going to go through that process. Now, it takes a little more time. It's a little more complicated, but at the end of the day, the American people win when we do it the right way.
Coming up on 645, Congressman Andy Ogles is joining us. He spent the weekend at Mar-a-Lago, getting details on that. Coming up, Congressman, I'm going to ask you, you talked about two separate bills for the reconciliation. And so you said that the first bill will have, it sounds like a lot of the slam dunk stuff is going to be in that first reconciliation bill. I want to talk about a timeline, and I also want to talk about what exactly will be in that first bill. Illegal immigration, of course. Want to find out what else is going to be in that bill. 645, time to check the roads on WTN. Weather today, high of 38 and right now 31 degrees at Super Talk 99.7. WTN Congressman Andy Ogles is joining us. All right, Congressman, so budget reconciliation bill, the first one that will, as you say, or no, I'm using this terminology, but pretty much all the slam dunk stuff. Talk about the slam dunk stuff.
Well, I think number one, and this was one of the things that the president said when we were at dinner on Friday night, is that, look, the American people want the border secure. They want, the illegals, especially the criminals amongst them, out of the country. And he even said, that, when you look at Central and South America, their prisons are virtually empty.
Yep.
Their crime rates have dropped, have bottomed out. Why? Because they're literally sending their worst of the worst of their populations to our country. And so we need to, one, what you'll see is, I think, some additional money for border security, because it's going to take money to deport individuals. I think what you've seen with in the art of the deal, think about President Trump. He's talked about acquiring Greenland, and suddenly you have Denmark in a panic saying, hey, let's talk. We're gonna start blocking China acquiring all of these precious resources that are in Greenland. So if you're wondering why would the president do that? Why would he want Greenland? Is because Greenland is resource rich, and China is making an aggressive move towards that territory, which is literally in our front or backyard, however you want to look at it. And so we've got to say, hey, this is our sphere of influence. This is our hemisphere. Get the heck out. And so President Trump's going to fight for that. But back to your question, it's going to be all about security. I think you're going to see some minor budget cuts, nothing crazy. I think you'll see, because of Russia defense, the drone technology, some additional monies for defense. But one of the things that we have to do in the Freedom Caucus is, as they're adding money to this, is to look and find those places to make it balance out one for one. And so that, now it's time to roll up the sleeves and see how much we can actually get cut in this first bill. I'm a big advocate for the two bills. I've obviously had dinner with the president. I've texted with the president, kind of doubling down on two is the way. I work closely with the Speaker of the House, and I've been wearing him out as well. So we'll see what happens over the next few days. I think the timeline, again, back to your question, is if we do two bills, we can get that first one done in the first 100 days, certainly by mid-March. And so that's the path forward. That's what we're fighting for.
In the headlines on Friday, this was over the weekend, not really well reported because of all the fires going on in California. But the Biden administration on Friday issuing sweeping extensions of deportation protections. It sounds like you know what I'm talking about. Basically, what the Biden administration has done with the extension of the temporary protected status is he is making it harder for Donald Trump to deport 234,000 Salvadorians, 1,900 Sudanese, 104,000 Ukrainians, and my biggest concern, 600,000 Venezuelans. What does this mean?
Well, I think, this administration has been an absolute train wreck. And the proof is in the economy. The proof is in the border. The proof is in crime. You look at the human trafficking ring that was just busted in Nashville this past week. I mean, the worst of the worst are coming here. And so what you've seen President Biden do is, block leases for oil and gas, on our coast. You see him trying to give protected status to illegals that are here in this country. Like you say, it makes it much more challenging to deport them. And some of those individuals, we know they're murderers. Like, they have actually murdered 1 to 2 or more people back in their home countries. Why would we want those folks here, right? They're criminals. And so there's a lot of work ahead. But the Biden administration, they're doubling down on these failed policies in the same way they doubled down on the woke agenda. It backfired. There was a backlash. The American people had enough. And I think that's why you're going to see Trump move so aggressively with the executive orders to try to undo all of these crazy executive orders that President Biden has done over the last 4 years and most certainly in the last 30 days.
All right, Congressman, I got 30 seconds. How's the food at Mar-a-Lago?
It's actually pretty good. I'll be honest with you. And Trump is, obviously we were talking business, but he's in great spirits. He's got tons of energy. He's ready to go. He's ready to fight. I enjoyed the company and the conversation as much or more than I enjoyed the food. But it was a great time. I look forward to going back. I look forward to working with the president.
All right, Andy Ogles, Congressman, thank you very much as always. It is 6:50, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7. Joan Jones has the news at 7. Joan, what's coming up?
That was a pretty cool interview, Dan.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah. So coming up here at 7 o'clock this morning, there could be a lifeline for TikTok. We'll tell you who it is and what's new in the effort to find the cause of the Palisades fire. Those stories at 7 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Thank you, Joan. 6:50, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7. Homeowners, it is time to start fresh here in 2025. Dan Mandis here indeed. Loan Pronto is here to help you take control of your finances in 2025 by lowering your house payment and consolidating that nagging debt. Did you know that 9 out of 10 borrowers get a better deal by calling Loan Pronto? That's right. Right now, Loan Pronto has some of the most competitive offers for refis, debt consolidation, and purchase loans starting in the low 5s APR. And if your current rate is over 6%, don't settle for paying too much. Even if you're in process with another lender, call my friends at Loan Pronto. They rock. Now, lock in a lower rate today and close in as little as 2 weeks, often with no appraisal. You could even skip your next 2 house payments. It is fast, it is easy, and hassle-free. Get your personalized Loan Pronto rate quote instantly with no hard credit pull and no upfront fees. Call them right now. Tell them Dan Mandis told you to reach out. 615-499-5780. 615-499-5780. Always find them online. It's loanpronto.com. Equal housing lender, NMLS 166-1781. Subject to lender approval, NMLS consumeraccess.org.
Hey everybody, Dan Mandis from Nashville's Morning News. The Wall Street Journal reported a while ago that people are feeling stress, anxiety, and depression because of this election. If that's you, talk to my guy, Dr. Christopher Van Schenk. He is a psychiatrist out in Nolensville. Now, he can help you with not only depression, if you're feeling it because of politics or whatever, but he can also help you with alcoholism, drug abuse as well. Go to his website, nolensvillepsychiatry.com. He's got a long list of conditions that he can help you with, either in person or at telehealth. Bottom line is, he wants to make it as easy as possible for you to get the help that you need. He can help your kids as well. Check him out online. Again, nolensvillepsychiatry.com. The number's below. Thanks for listening, and good luck.
.655 Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. I got an interesting note on the text line. Joan, maybe perhaps you got it too. Maybe you saw it.
Oh, I haven't been looking.
Guy is asking me, complaining, isn't there any other news to talk about? Why do you keep covering the fires?
I'm talking about tons of other news.
Wait a second.
I have done illegal immigration.
Yeah.
I had an interview with Andy Ogles. I had a number of other topics. I don't even know. I cover so much every single day. But my reasoning for covering the fires is, number one, because it is it's a big, massive story. That's number one. But number two, it is a story that involves Democrat Gavin Newsom, Karen Bass, the mayor of Los Angeles, their incompetence. And now we've got a battle going on between Donald Trump and Gavin Newsom. So there's a little bit of battle of the titans in there as well. It's full of intrigue.
I can't believe someone is complaining about the show. Like,
wow.
That never happens.
You haven't.
Wow.
You know what? He's laughing. All right. That actually happens quite a bit. Sometimes even when I get home.
Oh, it's like 90% my fault. That's why they don't like
You
the
know what
show.
Amy said to me when I, on Saturday, Amy and I are talking, and I don't even know what the heck we were talking about. But I said, I really find the fires in California, I find that to be a fascinating story for all of the reasons that I just mentioned. Do you know what she said? The love of my life?
Yes, dear, and walked away.
No, she said your listeners on YouTube would disagree.
Oh.
Ooh. I guess people were complaining on YouTube on Friday that I was covering it too much. Now, here's the thing, is that for every couple listeners that say, oh, you're covering it too much, there's like a whole bunch that like the coverage too. So I don't know.
Do our listeners sound like that?
No.
And it makes Gavin Newsom look bad, and I'm all for that.
And it makes Gavin Newsom. There's so many different angles to this. Now today we throw in illegal immigration because the dude that was walking around with a blowtorch wasn't walking around trying to, fire up somebody's creme brulee. He was an illegal alien with a blowtorch.
With a blowtorch.
When the fires are all over the place and the wind was blowing. So all of these things are, but I made a concerted effort for those anti-fire coverage people. I've made a concerted effort today to have different stories as well. So, I don't think I overdid it on Friday. See, here's the thing. Now I'm all defensive. Here's the thing is that I had it also with multiple angles. Like I had several different angles too. We talked about the smelt. We talked about the coverage. We talked about the lack of ability of Gavin Newsom and the Democrats to get things done.
People, don't you see his brilliance?
Yeah, guys, you know
Come
what?
on, man.
You know what? Here's this is for you, Dan. Yeah, you deserve that.
Okay.
Congrats.
We can
let it sink in.
No. We can stop that now.
Yeah.
We can definitely stop that. Although, it's interesting. That's the first time any producer in 11 years has actually dropped in applause for me. Clearly, the ass kissing has begun.
Yes.
It was a sarcasm applause.
Oh, is
for
that
the
a
record.
sarcastic applause?
That was a sarcasm
good.
giving you credit. I don't take my kindness for actual kindness. It's sarcasm.
Wow.
Dun dun dun.
Moving right along.
Yeah.
Oh, Becky. You know what Becky says?
What does Becky say?
Becky says there's a reason Dan keeps getting the awards and the accolades.
Now that is butt kissing right there.
Thank you. I'll take butt kissing anytime. See, that's the thing. I'll take butt kissing any day of the
Was
week.
that firecracker she put after it too? Like, really, Becky, come on.
Whatever. Moving right along.
We have to live with him.
6:59 on. Actually, you're lucky you don't. I talked to Amy about that. All right, 6:59, Nashville's Morning News, Super Talk 99.7, WTN, illegal immigration and the J6ers in the news, and a whole lot more straight ahead. It is Nashville's Morning News, Super Talk 99.7, WTN.
Good morning. Now 7 o'clock, and I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. Well, temps rose just enough yesterday that with all that sunshine, some of the snow melted. But overnight, the temps dipped back down again. And, well, you know what that means.
Frozen spots on roads. Think maybe on your driveway, your front porch steps. So just be careful this morning as you're getting out the door. There's going to be a couple of spots that'll be a little bit slick. We even still have some snow-covered spots, too.
Channel 4's Melanie Lade in there. She says there'll be more sunshine and temps above freezing again today. And we'll have more about the forecast in just a few moments. Well, during the storm on Friday, Tennessee state troopers helped almost 900 stranded drivers. There were more than 600 crashes. 3 people died in those crashes. THP praising the hard work of dispatchers during that storm.
Our dispatchers, they're amazing. They've taken over 1,700 phone calls into their dispatch centers statewide. That's from people calling Star THP that are in need of assistance. Thank you. They've also provided cots so the dispatchers could stay there and provide round-the-clock service to make sure Tennesseans are safe.
That's some dedicated people right there. He also thanked local law enforcement for their efforts during the storm. A man was killed after he was shot while driving on I-40 eastbound. This happened about 2 in the morning on Sunday. Killed was 26-year-old Uriel Miller. His car was found up against a cement barrier that divides the east and westbound lanes. The car's windows appeared to have been shot out, and police say a gun was also found in Miller's driver's side door. No suspects so far. The future of TikTok still unsure today. The U.S. Supreme Court may uphold a congressional ban on the app by January 19th unless its Chinese owners sell the video sharing site. over fears of possible Chinese Communist Party interference.
There's a possibility of a sale.
I think we offer a very compelling package to ByteDance.
Shark Tank star Kevin O'Leary and a group of investors have offered to buy the app's U.S. assets from its Chinese parent company. But the owners have said a sale is a non-starter. Even if the ban does go through, it does not mean the app will vanish from your phone. But you won't be able to get software updates, and internet hosting companies are not allowed to keep offering their services to TikTok. So your feed may not show new videos.
That's ABC's Nicole D'Antonio. Well, new numbers out of California overnight. Now 24 people have lost their lives in the wildfires. Meantime, a new team has been assigned to find out what sparked the Palisades fire.
Authorities investigating the origins and causes of the devastating wildfires in Los Angeles.
This task force is made up of local, state, and federal partners designed to investigate the cause of these fires.
The ATF taking the lead of the newly formed Los Angeles Regional Wildfire Investigative Task Force.
And to see if there's any connection between them.
It remains unclear how the Pacific Palisades fire started last week, but the agency says its certified fire investigators have been on the scene.
That's ABC's Alex Stone reporting. That's the latest news. We've got your traffic and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. Got a crash northbound on I-65 this morning in Franklin. It's Paytonsville Road, Goose Creek Bypass, exit 61. North Nashville, an accident, Ed Temple Boulevard at Clarksville Pike, and then on southbound side of 65, right before I-24 downtown exit 86. The right shoulder, that's blocked off by a crash too. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.706 Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. A lot of good news for Trump on Friday. Going to get into that. Also coming up, I'm just telling you, right before the news, probably my favorite audio bite of the day in California, where, of course, you know, all the fires are going on. The brain trust of the California State Assembly They are starting their Resist Trump special session as California burns. It is absolute insanity. And a reporter really goes after the Speaker of the California State Assembly, who is left speechless by this reporter's really aggressive questioning. I'm going to play that audio for you coming up at about 7:25 right here on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Speaking of Donald Trump, we were speaking to Congressman Andy Ogles earlier about his weekend at Mar-a-Lago. He's now headed back to Washington, D.C. But Donald Trump, regardless as to how you feel about all of the lawfare that has been going on with Donald Trump, I think most of us understand that it is absolute BS. Now, 1 week to Donald Trump's inauguration, his hush money case, you know this on Friday, it went to the Supreme Court, and Amy Coney Barrett, as we spoke about on Friday, sided with the liberals and John Roberts, saying that no, his sentencing cannot be stayed or delayed. Again, we talked about this on Friday. So Judge Marchand goes on to sentence Donald Trump on Friday to no jail time and no fine. It's all about simply calling Donald Trump a convicted felon. Now, I've got a number of different opinions on this whole thing. Here's the deal. They only wanted to be able to call him a convicted felon so that they could keep him out of the Oval Office. They obviously failed. That's number one. Number two is the fact that you have the Democrats, and they have failed at every single turn. Now, the Supreme Court and their justification in saying, no, this sentencing by Judge Marchand should not and cannot and will not be stayed. They say the application, this is from the Supreme Court, the application for stay is denied. They said, first, the alleged evidentiary violations at President-elect Trump's state court trial can be addressed in the ordinary course on appeal, said the Supreme Court. That's number one. Number two, the court also rejected Donald Trump's argument that being sentenced in his New York hush money case would hamper his preparations to take office on January 20th. The justices pointed out that the judge in New York intends to, and he did, he intended to sentence Trump to unconditional discharge, which basically means that they released Trump without punishment or probation. So here's the deal. Does anybody actually care? Because you want to go ahead and say, all right, Democrats, congratulations. You're able to now say that Donald Trump is a convicted felon going into the White House. First time ever. Do you know what I see this as? I see this as, how bad are the Democrats and their policies that even a convicted felon beat the best that they got, including in all of the battleground states. You see, that's my takeaway. Now, Trump himself, he's going to appeal this and all that. And by the way, coming up at 7:35, Jonathan Fahey is going to join us, and we're going to talk about all of that because he is an outstanding attorney. He knows all of the legalese. But Andrew McCarthy, who is a great legal analyst in his own right, said on Fox News over the weekend.
The bottom line, obviously, is nothing came of it. But the point here was not so much to achieve a certain result, certainly not to put now President-elect Trump in prison. The point was to help the Democrats win the 2024 election.
Yeah, and that failed miserably again. And I'll repeat, with Judge Marchand giving Donald Trump this unconditional discharge, and Trump gets no punishment, no probation, doesn't that prove that this case had no merit? Because if what Donald Trump did was so egregious and so reprehensible, then should he not be going to prison? Now, just so we're clear, I think that this whole thing is BS, as I said on Friday. So, no, I don't believe that he should be going to prison. I think that what this shows is that the folks that brought this whole thing, the Democrats, I think that they realized that they lost, and they lost big time. And now he's in office. or will be. So all of this does not matter. Does anybody care about these cases and all of this lawfare going forward? I don't think that they do. I think that if you are a Trump supporter, then you understand and you believe that all of this lawfare was absolute BS. And if you hate Donald Trump, well, then you think that a convicted felon is getting away with convicted felon type stuff. And, oh, Lord, he's going to be inhabiting the Oval Office and sitting behind the Resolute desk. By Judge Marchand basically letting Donald Trump get off with no punishment, he is admitting, my opinion, he is admitting this whole thing was bogus. It was simply to get Trump off of the campaign trail and keep him out of the White House.
It was a failure because it didn't do that. I mean, it was a terrible politicizing of the justice system, but the objective was to get the Democrats into the White House in 2024. So that's the real failure, and it's not just a failure of this particular prosecution, although this was the worst of them. It's really the whole lawfare effort.
I mean, listen, that's Andrew McCarthy, a great legal mind. And I do hate to sound like a broken record, but for the left to constantly scream about how Trump was a threat to democracy, let's just go down the list about what they did and how they are the actual threats to a democracy. They tried to kick Donald Trump off the ballot in multiple states. They tried to go after him legally in Georgia, which was a train wreck full of corruption. The whole real estate BS from the state of New York, where Donald Trump was accused of inflating his real estate value, which many legal experts said was BS. Of course, this hush money case that had all kinds of issues with jurisdiction, jury instructions, statute of limitations, and so on. And then we had the whole thing with E. Jean Carroll, where Trump simply defended himself with some very public allegations of sexual abuse. Remember what E. Jean Carroll, in her book, and then on all those multiple interviews, she came out and leveled some really nefarious and nasty accusations against Donald Trump. And somehow, he's not allowed to defend himself. And then he gets hit with this $83 million defamation lawsuit. You mean to tell me that that makes sense to anybody that has any possible semblance of sanity? So that's a lot of lawfare. And this is the one that sticks. So the media in the left, they can call him a convicted felon. They can say all of those things. What does Jonathan Turley think about all of this? He was on Fox News over the weekend. His wise words of wisdom coming up next. It is 7:15. Time to check the roads on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. All right, very good. 7:15 on Nashville's Morning News. Weather today, a high of 38, partly cloudy skies. Right now, 31 degrees at Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Talking about the lawfare, and you see, I think that even though I said at the outset of the segment, you know, it's been Friday. I thought was a very good day for Donald Trump because he got no probation and no punishment for, you know, the situation with the Supreme Court. And the fact that Judge Marchand in the hush money case is not really throwing down any punishment against the president-elect. I think that is good. But I also believe that all of these proceedings, the Supreme Court notwithstanding, I think all of these proceedings prove that Trump was in the right when he said that this whole thing is a witch hunt and this whole thing is BS and lawfare because they didn't flesh out any punishment, thereby admitting that it was all BS. I think Friday was a good day for Donald Trump. And it was a bad day for Democrats because if they want to continue with this narrative of, oh, he's a convicted felon, okay, then your best lost to a convicted felon, you pathetic party. Jonathan Turley, you know, I play his audio all the time, George Washington University, media commentator on all of these things, he agrees that all of this was nothing but a bunch of BS.
And I actually think that the verdict against President Trump is not going to last nearly as long as the verdict against the New York court system and Judge Merchan. They allowed that legal system, which was viewed as one of the great legal systems in the world, to be weaponized for political purposes. And at the end, it all resulted in little more than a shrug and a soundbite. I mean, that's what ultimately was the thrill of this thrill kill case, right? It was to be able to have this mantra that the president was the first convicted felon to take office, even though that may ultimately be reversed.
You know what? And it could be reversed on appeal. But you know what? To me, just bring it. Democrats, you brought it and you failed. But to me, it only brings the point home as to what Donald J. Trump has overcome. Now, over the weekend, Jack Smith resigned. Also, very big deal. Joe Biden's special counsel looking into the classified documents case. Again, more lawfare. This is from the Associated Press. Deranged Jack Smith, this is Donald Trump's posting on this. Deranged Jack Smith was fired today by the DOJ. He actually resigned, but whatever. I don't know what was going on behind the scenes. Trump saying he is a disgrace to himself, his family, and his country. After spending over $100 million on the witch hunt against Donald Trump, he left town empty-handed, Donald Trump wrote. He went a step further in another post hours later. The stench of deranged Jack Smith and his thugs is gone, Donald Trump writing. He says they were sent packing after spending over $100 million destroying the lives of many people and families who will never be the same again. Deranged Jack accomplished nothing except to show what complete losers my political opponents are. Donald Trump. He's right, you know. Jack Smith knows that he's right. Joe Biden knows that he's right. Merrick Garland knows that Donald Trump is right as well. Donald Trump, wrapping this up, Smith led two of the most high-profile indictments against Trump, investigating his alleged mishandling of classified documents and actions around the January 6th, 2021 riot. And they go on to report it with all of this is that the investigations were terminated soon after Trump's November 5th victory. You know why that was? The reason why they did that was because they knew that they had failed. So now the big question is, will or should that report be released that the DOJ desperately wants to release? Here's the thing. And you had this lower court judge, Eileen Cannon, block its release. And by the way, Eileen Cannon, they always talk about her as how she is a Trump appointee, right? But her decision has also, if I'm not mistaken, been upheld by other courts. And so now it's got to, make its way through the courts. But apparently there's a lot in this report. But honestly, number one, nobody cares. And number two, a lot of this we've already seen in previously released reports. But we'll get Jonathan Fahey. He is very much of a legal mind, and he'll join us live from Washington, D.C. coming up after Jones News. Coming up at 7:30, about 7:36 is when we'll speak to Jonathan Fahey. It's a 7:20 now. Joan, what you got?
One lucky driver who found out the hard way that the back roads are still a little slippery today. Also, Hendersonville police are asking for help finding an alleged killer. We have those stories coming up at 7:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Thank you, Joan. Dan Mandis here, and we are in 2025. What big events do you have planned? Whether it's a big corporate event, maybe a family reunion, maybe a wedding, graduation, whatever. My friends at Nashville Tent and Awning, they can help you do your big event at your home. They can help you come up with an incredible enclosure that can be installed anywhere. You can put heat in them as well. Now, they've been around since 1884. These folks are a Nashville institution, and they've been working with the likes of the Tennessee Titans, Vanderbilt, and yes, the Grand Ole Opry as well. Now, they're one of the top companies in Nashville Tent and Awning. Think about your backyard. What can they help you with? You can actually extend your living space with a backyard enclosure temporarily or permanently, so you can enjoy it even in the wintertime. They can help you at Nashville Tent and Awning. If you have an event for work coming up, they can help you there as well with a tent or enclosure. And they've got awnings for any style of building that'll improve the look and feel of your home or office. Get some visuals and check it out at their website, ntaco.com. It's like ntaco. ntaco.com. Call him. Tell him Dan told you to reach out at 615-329-3701. Again, tell him Dan Mandis told you to call 615-329-3701. Solid craftsmanship built to last since 1884. Nashville Tent and Awning.
Hey everybody, Dan Mandis from Nashville's Morning News. The Wall Street Journal reported a while ago that people are feeling stress, anxiety, and depression because of this election. If that's you, talk to my guy, Dr. Christopher Van Schenk. He is a psychiatrist out in Nolensville. Now, he can help you with not only depression, if you're feeling it because of politics or whatever, but he can also help you with alcoholism, drug abuse as well. Go to his website, nolensvillepsychiatry.com. He's got a long list of conditions that he can help you with, either in person or at telehealth. Bottom line is, he wants to make it as easy as possible for you to get the help that you need. He can help your kids as well. Check him out online. Again, nolensvillepsychiatry.com. The number's below. Thanks for listening, and good luck.
727 Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Welcome on into your Monday, the 13th of January. I love this audio. So in California, literally, as California is burning, you've got the state assembly there in California. You know what they're choosing to make their priority? Stopping Trump. They've got this special legislative session that is going on apparently right now. Again, as the state is burning, the point of that special session is to stop Donald Trump. Now, y'all know about the illegal immigration, mass deportations, and so forth. And so Robert Rivas is a Democrat. He is Speaker of the California State Assembly. And a reporter really goes after him to the point where he's actually literally speechless because he can't defend his actions.
I could take a couple of questions. I do have to jump on a call here in a few minutes.
With that, I mean, with what you just mentioned and kicked off here, is now the right time to have a special legislative session on allocating money to fight Trump in a way that you could already do without a special legislative session?
So I'm here to address these wildfires. This is a historic wildfire. This is a historic event. These wildfires, as I mentioned, are going to be quite possibly some of the worst wildfires and disasters in state and in national history.
While this wildfire is happening, and while people are trying to understand what's going on and are worried about disaster relief, worried about the ability to get homeowners insurance, your chamber gavelled into a special legislative session to prepare for Donald Trump in a way that you are already able to do without a special legislative session. So again, is now the right time for that?
So certainly our focus right now is Speaker Ashley. At this moment, my colleagues and I, we are acting with great urgency to ensure that we're providing much needed relief to Angelenos, to ensure that we understand what it's going to take for this region to recover, and to support those that have been most impacted by this disaster. The response from our first responders has been unprecedented. And they're doing all that they can to control and contain, again, these multiple fires. They're doing whatever they can to ensure that that they're keeping people safe now.
Yeah, but the problem is, you can pop that down. The problem is, you see where he's going. This special session, by the way, was called by Gavin Newsom. I love how they say that the special session was called to Trump-proof California. Would it have been nice if they did anything to fireproof California? 7:30, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.30 now, and I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. Got to watch for slick spots still this morning as you begin your commute. In Rutherford County, a driver was pulled to safety after their car slid off a back road last night. Fortunately, in this case, rescuers were able to pull that car back up from a ditch, and the driver was able to actually drive away. Rutherford County Police say the back roads are where the sun really didn't hit so much yesterday, so there may still be some ice. Many schools are closed or delayed today as well for the possibility of overnight icing. Hendersonville police are searching for an 18-year-old for the shooting death of a 16-year-old after an argument. Amani Jordan is suspected in that shooting on Valco Drive. It's an area that neighbors say is usually pretty quiet.
Even over the football game that I was watching in the room, and I instantly pulled up my blinds and saw a car driving away.
Police say that they need help finding Amani Jordan, and if you have information on his whereabouts, you're asked to call Crime Stoppers. Well, the death toll in California wildfires jumped overnight, and now a new round of danger and fire risk with the highest red flag fire conditions today through Wednesday.
Taking advantage of a brief lull in the wind, firefighters on the ground putting out hot spots to prevent flames from reigniting. The National Guard spraying flame retardant from the air, and helicopters making water drops. The dangerous conditions have put more than 8 million under critical fire risk. The toll of what has already happened in Los Angeles County is unimaginable. At least 24 people are believed to be dead, more than 12,000 structures believed damaged or destroyed, more than 60 square miles burned, more than 100,000 under evacuation orders.
That's ABC's Andrew Dimbert reporting. That's the latest news. We've got traffic and weather just ahead. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News.
Thank you, Joan. 7:32 on Nashville's Morning News. You know, I always recommend Mark Spain here in Nashville because I trust that they're going to sell your home hassle-free with a strong all-cash offer. Now, they've been helping homeowners sell their homes for nearly 30 years, and they've served over 58,000 families. And with all those clients, Mark Spain Real Estate is the #1 most reviewed company in America. They've got over 12,500 five-star reviews. You can trust my friends at Mark Spain Real Estate to sell your home fast and for maximum profit and the least amount of hassle. That is what the guaranteed offer from Mark Spain Real Estate is all about. You know, the Wall Street Journal and Real Trends have consistently named the Mark Spain Real Estate as a top real estate team in America 8 years running, including being ranked #1 in the nation for closed transactions 5 years in a row. That's huge. There's a reason they've got so much success. It is that guaranteed offer, a quick sale, and maximum profit from my friends at Mark Spain Real Estate. Get a guaranteed offer on your home today. 855-299-SOLD, 855-299-SOLD. You can find them online anytime. markspain.com and start packing.
Got a crash in Talbot's Corner this morning. This is the southbound lanes of I-65 just before the downtown exit 86. Now, the right shoulder is blocked off there, and it's a long line of stop-and-go traffic leading up to that spot. East Nashville, Ellington Parkway southbound at Douglas Avenue. That's the scene of a crash. And then in Percy Warner Park, Highway 100 at Old Hickory Boulevard, a crash reported as well, and one on Preston Road at Pettis Road in Orchard Bend Park. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.736, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Welcome on in to your Monday. It is January 13th of 2025. Hope you're doing well, along with Joan Jones, KGB, Jeff Malinoff. I'm Dan Mandis. Jonathan Fahey is joining us on the Newsmaker Hotline. Jonathan, always great to have you on. First, let's talk about politics. Jack Smith, or as Donald Trump likes to say, deranged Jack Smith, resigned over the weekend. Now there's a big conversation as far as what to do with this report that he has compiled on Donald Trump. And so let's talk about this. This is all about the classified documents case. In my opinion, of course, more lawfare, yours as well. But Jack Smith resigning and, as Donald Trump says, fleeing town, how big of a deal is this to you?
The fact that he's leaving is not a big deal. That was expected. I think what is interesting, what's most important, is this report that was issued that the DOJ, the current DOJ, is trying to get released, and the not just the Trump people, but the other defendants in the case are wanting to keep it sealed. And I think that's an interesting issue because this DOJ only has a week left to win this battle in court. And my overall thought on this is, under the special counsel, the rule or the law, they have to issue a report, but it doesn't have to be public. And the reason they're typically, or when they are public, is usually when a special counsel decides not to charge anyone, and they could sort of go through the reasonings and things like that. But here he's really vetted everything in multiple pleadings. So to release this, we know what it's going to look like, which is another hit piece on Donald Trump. It's a political document. I mean, half of their pleadings have looked more like press releases than legal pleadings. So I think, if they don't get it done in the next few days, I think it will stay sealed, and I think that's in the public interest. And people really need to look at their two currently charged defendants in Mar-a-Lago that have a right to, a fair trial, and having dirt about them come out, or in a way that's, I would argue probably biased against them, is not going to help them get a fair trial if that case ultimately goes to trial.
Well, and we've seen a lot of this stuff anyway. I mean, they released a couple thousand pages worth of these documents, 3 weeks before Election Day, didn't they?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, this whole thing, which anytime they try to make this argument that this isn't political, they do things that can't be interpreted in any way other than political, because they didn't have to release all of the stuff right before the election. And of course, the media, as the word they always use for us, is they pounced on it and tried to make it this huge deal and try to elevate it, again, because the only strategy they had at this election was abortion and hating Trump. It didn't seem like they had anything else to go on. So it was like, they tried to drum it up again, and it, thankfully didn't work, or didn't work to the extent that that made a difference in the election for president. But yeah, this stuff has all been out there. It's exhausting. There's a report from, the January 6th committee. It's like, how much of this has to be out there? How much does it have to be talked about? But it will be interesting to see if a court releases it. And ultimately, I don't think it's not going to hurt Donald Trump. Does it hurt other people in the case? I think it really will probably hurt the justice system, because I think these cases, this case, and I mean the New York case, is in its own category of crushing, hurting the judicial system. But it's only going to further diminish people's confidence in the system, in the DOJ, and they should also put the price tag of their report, because my understanding, this investigation costs $50 million, at least what I've read. So $50 million could have been spent on prosecuting dangerous criminals or other people that there's more of a public interest in going after, or maybe giving it back to the taxpayers would also be a kind of a nice thing.
You can't do that in New York. What are you, crazy? They need all this money for the lawfare. And by the way, Trump says it's $100 million. I have no idea. But to me, I don't care what you're throwing out there at this point. It looks petty. It looks petulant. And the American people, they don't care. I mean, the man has been elected president. So to me, let's move on. And that's what we're going to do. Let's talk a little bit about the Supreme Court. Were you surprised that the Supreme Court sided against Donald Trump? Amy Coney Barrett, she decided that she was going to side with the liberals, and John Roberts, saying that no, Donald Trump's sentencing could not be stayed or delayed in the hush money case. Were you surprised at Amy Coney Barrett?
Yes, I was surprised that they didn't stay that, because the reason is the immunity, the way they've always looked, meaning the Supreme Court has looked at these immunity cases, it's immunity from the process versus the outcome, meaning the sentencing isn't what they're immune from, it's the full process of being prosecuted. So, and you're supposed to decide the merits of the immunity issue at the earliest possible stage. So I thought they would stay it and then decide the immunity issue on its merits. Instead, I think they went for the argument, which was, well, it doesn't matter since he's not getting any jail time or fine or anything else. It doesn't really matter, so let's get the sentencing over with, and then we'll decide the immunity issue later. I still think he wins on the immunity issue clearly on that case, meaning the merits of the immunity issue. But I am surprised they didn't stay it, but maybe there's some thinking of just sort of getting the thing over with type of thing. But it's certainly inconsistent with at least my interpretation of other immunity cases that I've read.
There has not, Jonathan, there's not been one legal eagle that I respect that has said that they have done the right thing. I mean, Andrew McCarthy, Jonathan Fahey, of course, you, Jonathan Turley, others, Alan Dershowitz, all of them have said that they are completely wrong on this. And so I think the only reason why they did this, and I monologued in this earlier in the hour, I think the only reason why they did go forward with this to get it all over with was it so they could simply call Donald Trump a convicted felon going into the White House. It gives them a talking point.
Yeah, I think that's the reason Alvin Bragg and Marshawn wanted this to be done with, is to be able to say 34-time convicted felon or whatever they would say. I think somebody put that on my yard sign, Donald Trump yard sign in the front yard. So they love that talking point. But it is kind of funny that they're still just riding the same, beating the same drum, really, on this. And if I was, king of the Democratic Party, I would say we might want to sort of change our strategy a bit, because it's becoming just tiresome. It's really a broken record, and it's really more of a symptom of laziness on policy than it is anything principled at this point, because we see how they handle all of the other cases related to their folks. They certainly don't have any problem pardoning, Hunter Biden or, death row inmates or terrorists from 9/11, and so it is just kind of funny that this is the thing that's the most important thing. And in New York, you have people getting set on fire in subways. I know that was Brooklyn. You have lots and lots of bad things, and this is what your DA's office, for the New York listeners out there, has been focusing on, are things that don't matter, or things like Daniel Penny, things that don't make the city any safer, but simply, promote a political agenda that, far left political agenda.
Well, I think part of what's going on, and part of my point in all this, is I don't care if they want to call him a convicted felon going into the White House, because to me, what this ultimately means is that their policies were so bad that the Democrats, their best, lost against I'm going to air quote this, convicted felon. And so I think I'm looking at it from I think probably the same perspective that you are. But for the Democrats, to me, they can't win on the substance. They also can't win on the issues. And I don't know where they go from here. It does seem like Joe Biden is doing everything he can to hamstring Donald Trump coming into office. I've got an example for you, Jonathan Fahey, straight ahead. It is 7:45, time to check the roads on WTN. Weather today, a high of 38, partly cloudy skies. Right now, 32 degrees. It's Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Jonathan Fahey is joining us on the Newsmaker hotline. So we've talked about Trump and all of his legal issues. Do you think, just very generic question, but we've got the hush money case, we've got the E. Jean Carroll case, we've got the case from the state of New York where he is accused of inflating his real estate properties. I mean, all these different, Georgia, you've got that going on. Do you think that Donald Trump will ever be free and clear of all of these things, or does the poor man have to die before he gets any peace from all of this?
You do wonder that some of them may be kicking around after his term is over. So, yeah, you do think the Democrats, they want to keep pushing these things. I mean, some of them should die of a sort of on their own, meaning get to finality, however they come out in the next couple of years. But you could see that Atlanta case, my guess is once it gets in the hands of another district attorney, which is going to they're going to just, kill that one off. But these New York cases seem like they could just be kicking around for a long time. And if the interesting thing is Trump wins on appeal, which I think he will on the Alvin Bragg case, it will come back not for an acquittal, but it would come back for a new trial most likely. So Alvin Bragg would theoretically have an opportunity to prosecute him in 4 years on the same charges after he gets out of office if Trump wins on appeal. And it's absurd to think about, but that's what the Democratic Party is thinking about it. And at your point before the break is a great one. it just shows how bad they are in policy, because if Trump is as bad as they say he is, it means they're even worse. But ultimately, it's funny that Trump really, it almost seemed like it made him stronger, more resolved, and more disciplined. It's incredible that if you look at the last year, if you knew of anyone that went through all of these things, getting, shot at, having these prosecutions, all of these things going on, and you had to keep your day job and run for office, no one could do it. It makes him look almost like a Superman quality, and he doesn't seem like he's fazed by it to the extent, he's mad about it, but it's not taking him off his game in any way.
No, and the thing about Judge Merchan, and I made this point, but if what Donald Trump did was so horrific and so egregious, he comes back and, no jail time, no fines, no punishment whatsoever, no probation, then to me, it just makes it look like this whole thing was feckless and they didn't really mean it.
Yeah, I think that's exactly right. It never meant anything, even under its worst terms, meaning the most favorable terms to Alvin Bragg. The case was a nothing. It was about the argument is he should have put Stormy Daniels at Spence into box 1 versus box 2. That's the whole case, right? It should have been the payoff of porn star column versus the legal expense column. And even if that's true, it's a nothing, no big deal. It's not a public company. Nobody lost money. Typically, when you look at fraud cases, the question is who lost money, how much did they lose? If it's if there's fraud within, just assuming that there's fraud within the company and nobody loses money, nobody cares ordinarily. And Alvin Bragg, I watched as much and read as much about this case. I never heard of one case that somebody said, yes, this is comparable to the Smith case or the Jones case. We always do these types of prosecutions. So it just, everyone knew all along the case was nothing. Even Judge Merchan knew it was nothing. And to make this seem like this is worthy of 34 felonies is nonsense. But then just to say, yeah, it's no big deal at the end, it's like, yeah, it was a big deal because you put the country through it. You put a person in New York through it, and you've undermined the system, not just for New York, but the whole country. Everyone in the country has less confidence in the judicial system after seeing what Alvin Bragg has been doing up in New York.
I hate to ask you, Jonathan, a complicated question with only 45 seconds left, but I'm going to. Do you think, I spoke with somebody about this the other day. Do you think Donald Trump would have won if all of this lawfare would not have happened? In other words, it made him more focused. It made him the victim. Everybody knows all of this is BS. And I think that this drew a lot of sympathy for Donald Trump where he typically wouldn't get it.
I think it's definitely hardened the resolve on the Republican Party side, meaning for the primaries and things like that. I think it made him much stronger there. I still think he would have won if you take it all off the table and then you are actually just looking at compare Donald Trump to Joe Biden or Donald Trump to Kamala Harris based on performance in office. I think he wins that argument. So I think he would have won. It's hard to say in hypotheticals, but it's like you look at Joe Biden's approval rating, which kind of carries over to Kamala Harris as a nominee. I think it's hovering around 38%, and it's been low 30s or low 40s, high 30s for quite some time. So typically incumbents are not hitting much above their approval rating. So I think yes, but who knows, right? Because I think Trump's campaign was phenomenal this time.
It was.
In terms of just disciplined, focused. It was on message all the time. So, but that's an interesting question. I wonder, sometimes I think, maybe he would have gotten 60%, or maybe it would have been something different. I don't know.
All right, Jonathan Fahey, always great to have you on. We'll talk again soon at 7:51. Joan Jones has the news. Coming up at 8. Joan, what you got?
Well, which one of President-elect Trump's nominees' confirmation hearings are being delayed? Also, the unusual end to an arrest in Mount Juliet over the weekend. Those stories coming up at 8 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Thank you, Joan. Dan Mandis here. United Structural Systems. Man, it did snow on Friday, and people were focused on groceries and salting the driveways, but as that snow melts, as it's doing right now, there's going to be a lot of water. So you need to check your foundation for cracks in your basement for water leaks. The tiniest of cracks in your basement with a snow like this, that water could end up in your home and in your basement. and cause all kinds of issues. Or what if your pipes burst? If that water remains unseen, it can turn into even bigger problems like mold and wood rot and the need for structural repair. Now, if you want to stay ahead of water damage, call my friends at USS. United Structural Systems has over 30 years of experience in basement and crawl space, waterproofing, basement wall stabilization, and foundation repair. United Structural Systems, USS inspections are absolutely free, and we won't sell you unnecessary repairs either. They're simply here to help. We guarantee our best. Call USS at 615-488-7855. I've been a client for years. 615-488-7855. Find them online, USSTN.com.
Hey, what's up, guys? It's Matt Murphy in the middle of downtown Franklin, Tennessee. We've talked so much about Savory Spice. I thought, why not show you the place? So let's go on in and see what's popping at Savory Spice. As I've always said, you will smell the spices even before you walk in. I can smell them right here in the doorway. Come on in and let's introduce you to the one and only Holly, who is the owner and proprietor of Savory Spice. Say hey, Holly.
Hello, everyone.
Now, enough about Holly. Let's talk about spicy and easy products like the incredible taco soup, which, as I said, you put this in a crock pot, you put all the ingredients that it tells you to buy right there, you put the spices in, and it's so easy. So if you don't know what you're doing around the kitchen, it's a perfect way to find your way around the kitchen, as is the Mediterranean dill risotto. Now, for the holidays, pumpkin pie spice. What doesn't it have, Holly?
Pumpkin.
Doesn't have any pumpkin in it. That's a fun fact for all of you kids out there. Now, if you stop by Savory Spice, either in the Franklin location or at L&L Market, you can get yourself a sample of the dill dip, which is my absolute favorite. Just tell them Matt Murphy sent you to Savory Spice with purchase now. So come by Franklin or L&L Market in Nashville and come see Holly and the entire crew at Savory Spice.
.756, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 89.7 WTN. We keep hearing Gavin Newsom talking about Biden, bragging about Joe Biden giving all that money, immediate assistance to the state of California.
When I was on the phone, you saw me on the phone, I was trying to get the satellite to phone work. I asked for 90%. And he said, no, I'm going to do 100%. It was a big deal. 180 days is a big deal. But he also had just provided the major disaster declaration, and we did the press conference the next day. And that is profoundly significant because that's individual assistance. He stepped up in a way that an American president should step up. And
yeah, but he didn't do it for North Carolina, did he?
I couldn't be more proud of him. That's not a political statement. That's not because I'm a Democrat saying that. That's because I'm a human being trying to help other human beings in the most extreme elements in the most difficult time of their life.
As long as they live in California, which is, of course, a liberal bastion. He was very proud of Joe Biden doing this.
The President of the United States happens to be in town. It didn't take more than a text message to get the FMAG approved, which means we're getting reimbursed for the vast majority of these costs.
All right, so that's all fine, well, and good. But the people in North Carolina, as you had Gavin Newsom bragging about Joe Biden, people in North Carolina were and still are desperate.
I'm still waiting on an inspection through FEMA. And I called them yesterday, matter of fact, and she said that, yes, you have an inspection due. Don't know when they're going to contact you. But however, your hotel voucher ends on Friday. You have to be out by Saturday. And I don't know when they're going to get this inspection done. And I'm just one of very many people in this hotel that is going to be homeless. And I can't imagine being homeless, especially right now with this storm coming in.
I mean, there's still thousands of people that are in these hotels. And it looks like FEMA, what they're doing is they're stringing them along like day by day by day. And people in North Carolina, they're being told that they're going to be kicked out of their hotels. And they keep giving them these extensions, but they're very short extensions. And so Shannon Bream had the FEMA director on, and when presented with all of this, she didn't really have much of an answer.
You know, there's a number of reasons why somebody might have received that notification. You know, what we do is we call everybody. We call them every 2 weeks to check in on where they're at, what their status is, and is their home able to be occupied again. But one of the biggest things is when we call them, if we don't hear from them, the only thing we can do is assume that they've been back in their home. And so one of the things I want to make sure, if somebody has received that notification, but they haven't talked to somebody at FEMA and their situation is still in need, they are still eligible. We just need them to get in touch with us so we can talk to them.
You know what the people in North Carolina are saying? They're calling, the phones don't work. At FEMA, nobody's picking up the phones. Maybe if it's a 213, an 808, or an 818, 213, 818, 714, 562 area code, they'll pick up the phones because those are area codes for Southern California. But whatever the area code is for Western North Carolina, apparently those phone calls are not going to be picked up. Pretty sad. People in Western North Carolina, they are suffering big time. And apparently Biden's FEMA doesn't really care.
Good morning, 8 o'clock now. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. Some of President-elect Trump's cabinet nominees are gearing up to face lawmakers on Capitol Hill.
14 nominees are scheduled for Senate confirmation hearings this week, including former Fox News host Pete Hegseth, who's nominated for Secretary of Defense. Hegseth spent several days on Capitol Hill last month working to drum up support.
What they want to do to make sure that department is properly oriented for the threats of the world and make sure that we're putting the warfighters first.
Also getting hearings this week, South Dakota Governor Kristi Noem, Trump's Homeland Security Secretary pick, and his pick for Attorney General Pam Bondi.
ABC's Nicole D'Antonio reporting there. Now, Tulsi Gabbard's confirmation hearings as Director of National Intelligence, they're being delayed until next week. A paperwork issue with the Office of Government Ethics is being blamed for holding up the process. Tennessee lawmakers get down to business starting tomorrow, the state's 114th General Assembly. Lawmakers have already pre-filed some of those bills that would be taken up this year, including school vouchers, the program backed by Governor Bill Lee. Walmart recalling its great value family-sized chicken broth that was sold in southern states, including here in Tennessee at the end of 2024. Now, these are 48-ounce cartons with a shelf life lasting until March 2026. The FDA said, though, those containers had packaging problems that could lead to the broth spoiling. There have been no reports of illnesses so far. Walmart said that customers can ask for a full refund, but they want customers to throw that product out. An unusual end to an arrest in Mount Juliet over the weekend. Here's Channel 4's Lydia Fielder.
Now, Juliet police say license plate readers alerted officers to a car that was linked to a man wanted for failure to appear on drug charges. So police pulled that man over, the 34-year-old from Smyrna. They arrested him as he was delivering a pizza.
Now, the officers didn't want to leave the pizza customers hanging. So after they arrested the driver, they delivered the pizza, taking photos that they posted online afterward. And the Nashville area is set to get its third Raising Cane's location. This one will open tomorrow on Bakers Bridge Avenue in Franklin. There are plenty of incentives to go out tomorrow to celebrate, activities and giveaways there. There are 2 other Raising Cane's in Nashville. Well, that's the latest news. We've got traffic and weather coming up. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. Well, we do have a crash this morning in Bordeaux. It's on Clarksville Pike, southbound side at Ed Temple Boulevard. Another one in East Nashville at Ellington Parkway, southbound at Douglas Avenue. And then also Avondale, West Trinity Lane, the westbound side, right before I-65. There's a crash. One more crash to tell you about, Huntington Ridge. That's at Amalley Drive at Hilson Road. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.806 Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Appreciate you being here. There's a lot going on. I got this headline real quickly from The Hill. Election math looks like it's just going to get easier for the GOP. Now, here's the thing. This is one of those stories where knuckleheads like me have been talking about this for a long time. So stop me when you've heard this before, but this is from The Hill, and this is good news for, if you are a conservative, if you're on our side, if you will, then this is good news. And you hate listeners, you can just, you can wallow in your hate. It's going to get tougher and tougher for Democrats to win the Electoral College and the White House if present trends hold. New projections from the U.S. Census Bureau suggest Democratic strongholds like California and New York appear likely to lose population and multiple electoral votes, while GOP-leaning states like Texas and Florida, no doubt Tennessee, I added that, are likely to pick up votes. That would lead to a shift in 2030. Can you think about how many people California is going to lose in the next 6 years? Well, 5 years. You've got the fires. You've got a lot of people that are going to ultimately throw their hands up and they're going to leave. You're going to have people that simply cannot take the liberal policies in California any longer. Because there's no way to deny. I don't care what the hell Gavin Newsom says. I don't care what Karen Bass says. They are at fault for not being prepared. And the people of California know that. And I think there's more and more Democrats. You see it in the news all the time over the last couple of days, where I think even Khloe Kardashian came out and blasted Gavin Newsom. I think she did. KGB, can you fact check me on that? Khloe Kardashian, she's the good-looking one, by the way.
I think they're all not. Really
I love that you went there just out of nowhere.
Yeah.
No, I think Khloe Kardashian. I think of all the Kardashians.
Yeah.
Khloe Kardashian is the best looking. I think Kim Kardashian is. What do they put in women when all their body parts are fake? Is it silicone?
Yeah,
Botox.
that's a lot of it. Yeah.
Yeah, like if you ran Kim Kardashian through some sort of a meter or something, so that they could figure out what are her actual real parts. I mean, she's probably got nothing left. Her lips are like all big lipped and all that kind of stuff, and of course we all know that. She tends to accentuate other body parts as well. And a lot of that stuff is just fake. And all of a sudden, Kim Kardashian, for years and years and years, her butt was really big and everybody loved it. And then all of a sudden it was small again. And then big butts came out again and became, popular again. And here comes Kim Kardashian's big old behind again. It's like...
Back to news.
I'm sorry.
Fox News has confirmed that Khloe Kardashian was a little peeved.
Yes.
Quote, "Thank you for being honest, and Mayor Bass, you are a joke."
There you go. I always like that, Khloe. Not Kim.
I just didn't expect a 5-minute butt rant, but here we are.
All right. Which Kardashian do you think is the best looking?
We're not getting into this. Go back to the news. I have to. I'm the producer. I have to steer this in the right direction, and we are going off a cliff. And we're going to talk about Kim Kardashians.
Text. It's very simple. Khloe or Kim. Let's go to the phones.
Oh my God!
Isn't Khloe also the one that has the business that's like super?
I don't know.
Like she's a billionaire because.
Well, that's Kim Kardashian.
Well, Kim too. Yeah.
Whatever. I don't care.
Yeah.
Moving on.
Okay. Renee says that her 5-year-old just went butts like. Dan's talking about
Look what you're doing, Dan.
butts.
You're poisoning the minds of our youth right now.
Oh, we can't do that. All right, moving right along. But I do think Khloe's, the best of the two. You know what I think? Joan?
What do you think, Dan?
I think that KGB. I think that he likes Bruce. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. For the life of me, I can't even think of what Bruce Jenner is.
Have fun doing your show.
Is it Kate? Oh. What is Bruce's girl name? What is it? His
Caitlyn.
Caitlyn, yeah.
Caitlyn Jenner. Yeah. Moving right along. So they say that you have people shifting from blue states to red states, and they say it is indicative of a national trend that bodes well for Republicans in general, says, of course, Republican strategist Constantine Quirard. He suggested the movement is by people who favor the policies of GOP-led government. Again, not to belabor the point, but I think that there is going to be a lot of red pilling. Do you know what we could call it? Red pilling? Because, usually it's like people who are exposed to the truth, they're called red-pilled. But we could also use this as sort of like people have red-pilled by they've suddenly now become conservatives or Republicans because we are clearly the party of sanity and common sense, right? Well, maybe it's just me. They say while the census is only conducted once every 10 years, the Bureau annually publishes projections of the population nationwide and in each state, giving an indication of where states are trending ahead of the official counting. The most recent. See, here's the things. All things Republican are going in our direction right now. And all we have to do is manage not to shank it in the next 2 years. That's all we have to do. Don't blow this opportunity. Now, I think that's why we're talking to Andy Ogles earlier, and he spent the weekend at Mar-a-Lago. Really cool. He spent, eating dinner with President-elect Donald Trump. And he says Trump is in a really good headspace right now. I was talking earlier, by the way, where I was engaged in a conversation with a fellow conservative. And he asked me the question, do you think Trump would have won even if all of this lawfare had not happened? And I think that the president-elect would have won even without the lawfare. Joe Biden and Kamala Harris were just that bad. But here's the other part of that. I think that the lawfare did more to expose the Democrats and their hypocrisy and how they do dirty politics. I think that did more to expose the Democrats, which was bad for their brand. And I do think that it also did a lot more to solidify the support behind Donald Trump amongst the Republican Party. And I think that there are a lot of people who were like in the middle, maybe moderates, or maybe people that didn't like Donald Trump, that realized that the man was getting railroaded, and he was right when he said that all of these things are nothing but a witch hunt. And so in a way, I think that, the lawfare did actually help Donald Trump in a big, big way. I still think that he would have won because Biden and Kamala Harris in the state of our nation really is that bad. Bottom line, though, is that for me, the lawfare, and I don't want to go on and on about this, I've spent too much time on it now, but I think that ultimately this did expose the Democrats, and I think that right now, I don't know how this party recovers between the incompetence of California, the incompetence of Joe Biden, Kamala Harris, the lying about everything related to the border, Joe Biden's ability to run the country because of his cognitive decline. All of those lies that we have been talking about on WTN for years ultimately will catch up to the Democrats. And so, and actually has caught up to the Democrats, as you know. And so when we say that there's a lot of people like Khloe Kardashian that have been red-pilled, to me, that means a couple of different things. Number one, yes, they are being presented with the truth, and all of a sudden, they're realizing, oh, crap, I've been wrong all this time. But I think that you could also redefine the term red-pilled, and maybe somebody already has, where people are now going to become, instead of blue, they're going to turn red. And move to states like Florida, move to states like Tennessee, move to states like Texas and South Carolina. And on it goes. 8:15, time to check the roads on WTN. (8:15) on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
What made you laugh about that?
Nothing. I'm laughing at people. People laughing at me on my Kim Kardashian rant.
Oh yeah.
Listen, she likes big butts and she cannot lie.
Okay, Sir Mix-a-Lot.
This week.
Anyway, 0093 said Dan is 100% on point. Thank you. I don't even know what I was talking about at 811, but probably the Kardashians.
It was Kardashians.
I bet you Chris Hand, I bet you he's got an opinion on the Kardashians.
Okay. I didn't realize so many people were going to be on your side about this, for the record. I'm actually.
Oh, really?
I thought more people would be like, why is he going to talk about Kardashians? But apparently, people are on your side.
There you go.
I'm actually seeing several people saying neither.
1313 says bingo.
Yeah. I think people just don't want to touch the Kardashian name.
There's Khloe. There's Courtney. There's Kim.
Who's Courtney? I don't follow them. I'm sorry.
And that you do, Dan, maybe just a tad disturbing.
All right, just so
Does Amy know about this?
It's going to be our little secret.
Yeah.
Amy and I have had long, really interesting discussions on Kim Kardashian. I've talked about Kim Kardashian before. Listen, do you know I don't know if she's finished law school, but Kim Kardashian was going to law school. She is a woman, I can't believe I'm going to say this. Kim Kardashian actually doesn't rest on her laurels. Forget about how she started with the porno tape. Forget about that whole thing. But she built a massive empire with the reality show, clothing, makeup, going to law school. That's the kind of stuff that, as much as I don't respect them, that's the kind of stuff that I do respect. She could have, sat on her laurels or her, behind and not done anything other than just collect money. But she wanted to do all of these other things, and good for her.
It did start with the sex tape, though.
Yes, it did.
Unfortunately, her career skyrocketed because of that.
And the dude she made the tape with turned out to be like nothing. How pissed off do you think he is?
Yeah, he is shriveled. I haven't heard from him since.
Now, just for the record, I've never seen the tape.
Well, glad you let us know that.
Yeah. I just wanted to make sure that people know.
If it was Khloe, whole different story, right?
Listen, if I want to see a bunch of silicone, I'd go look up silicone on the internet. No, I'm not into that whole thing, those kind of tapes. Hey, 818 Nashville's Morning News. See, now you made me feel uncomfortable. KGB.
How is this my fault?
WTH.
You can say what the heck on the air,
You know what? You're right, Joan.
Yeah.
I can.
That's okay.
By the way, Hidden Hills, where they all live.
Yeah.
I've been to Hidden Hills. You know who used to live in Hidden Hills?
Oh.
Dr. Laura.
Oh.
I used to work with Dr. Laura, and I've been in there dozens of times. And you've never seen a more beautiful place. You drive into Hidden Hills, where a lot of these stars live, massive mansions, one after the other, after the other, after the other. And they're always under threat of fire. And so, by the way, the conspiracy theorists are coming out. They're saying that the fire is related to trying to cover up P. Diddy.
P. Diddy,
and all the tapes and all that.
Yes.
And this thing has been going on with P. Diddy for like a year, hasn't it? So, I mean, clearly, and by the way, his P. Diddy's home has not burned down. As far as I can tell, the L.A. County Jail is still standing.
Well done, Dan.
Thank you.
Dan, that was so funny. I can't even believe it.
Anyway, I don't think a couple of people have said it's interesting how suddenly, the investigations and we're trying to figure out who was, involved in the whole P. Diddy cover-up and who was at his parties, and suddenly his home's burned down or his home burns down. If they were going to destroy P. Diddy's home, they didn't have to kill 24 people and destroy other thousands and thousands of homes. Yeah. They could have just torched his house. And they've got like 6. This is what drives me nuts about conspiracy theorists. Also, they have fires like in 6 different areas of Los Angeles. So, no, I don't think it was a reaction to a cover-up at P. Diddy's house.
But conveniently, is his house gone?
P. Diddy?
Yeah.
KGB said it was.
I'll double check my sources, but I'm like 98% sure.
All the sources you have on P. Diddy? By the way, Sharon is telling KGB that he needs to chill. Ooh, snap.
Ooh, baby.
I am getting warm.
Are you getting warm?
Yeah. It's just.
Are people giving you some heat?
No. It's just warm in here. Oh, she means yeah.
No, you need to.
That's the joke, Dan.
Oh.
Dan, it's your turn to laugh.
821 on Nashville's Morning News. Joan Jones has the news on WTN at 8:30. Joan, what's coming up?
Well, we'll take a look at some of the bills that the state legislature will consider as the new legislative session gets underway. Also, one reason Americans often choose junk food over whole food. That's coming up at 8:30
cheaper
on Super. Well, that's one reason. Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
And it tastes better.
Yeah.
I mean, let's be honest. Would you rather have a bunch of broccoli or a Twinkie?
Definitely the Twinkie.
There you go.
Yeah.
Would you rather have a carrot stick or a ding dong?
The Twinkies were better when they used trans fats.
Yeah, you're probably
yeah.
right. It's been a lot of years since I had a Twinkie.
Yeah.
Hostess cupcakes.
Mm-hmm.
There you go. I know what you know what my problem is today? There was some cake down in the kitchen.
I saw that.
On the first floor.
Did you walk by it? Oh, in the first floor. Okay.
There's
some on the second floor,
There was
too.
chocolate cake in the kitchen. And
is it fresh or is it from like the weekend?
I'm going to be honest. It's from like 3 days ago, and it didn't matter. I had some bites.
You did?
Yeah, I did. And now I'm feeling a little.
Was it at least their container over it, or was it just out in the open for all the?
No, there was a container over it. But it was definitely 3-day-old chocolate cake.
And it wasn't even in the fridge.
And
did it taste good?
It did.
Yeah.
It did. But you know what? Now I'm crashing on the sugar. Like I was on a sugar high first, couple hours. Now I'm crashing on the sugar high.
But sometimes you just need a little taste of it to like get it past you.
I had a big taste. Anyway, 823, Nashville's Morning News. Dan Mandis here for the Glock store. This is my gun store and where I train, and I need to go more often here in 2025. And you do too. You know, at the Glock store, they've got private shooting rooms and personal instructors, not in multiple lanes on some stranger shooting next to you. No. Here's an exciting 2025 new deal just for you from my friends at the Glock store. All month long here in January, you can book a shooting session at shoot270.com, and you mention my name, you get to shoot a full auto H&K suppressed MP5. I did this a while ago. An amazing experience. You contact the Glock store, you mention my name, you get this experience for free. Again, all you have to do is mention my name. Now, I've gone through the incredible personal training at the Glock store. I'll never go back to the single-lane ranges again. The incredible, incomparable Shoot270.com, only in Nashville and only at my place to train, the Glock store. Minutes from the airport and worth the drive from anywhere, Shoot270.com. Hey everybody, Dan Mandis from Nashville's Morning News. The Wall Street Journal reported a while ago that people are feeling stress, anxiety, and depression because of this election. If that's you, talk to my guy, Dr. Christopher Van Schenk. He is a psychiatrist out in Nolensville. Now, he can help you with not only depression, if you're feeling it because of politics or whatever, but he can also help you with alcoholism, drug abuse as well. Go to his website, nolensvillepsychiatry.com. He's got a long list of conditions that he can help you with, either in person or at telehealth. Bottom line is, he wants to make it as easy as possible for you to get the help that you need. He can help your kids as well. Check him out online. Again, nolensvillepsychiatry.com. The number's below. Thanks for listening, and good luck. 829 Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Chris Hand has joined us in the studio early. Now, how's this for a professional radio tease, Joan?
Okay, I'm interested.
I've asked Chris to help us settle the debate. Which Kardashian is the hottest? And he's going to tell us what his opinion is coming up at 8:36 here on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 during the cross.
I can't wait to know what he thinks.
I know. This is what people are clamoring for.
Yeah.
I've gotten so many text messages about this.
Have you?
No.
Good answer.
You know what? A lot of people texted on the super text line. They did.
I'm sure they have opinions.
Oh, yeah.
Got a lot of opinions on my personal phone, too.
Did you?
I sure did. And I'm going to put it down for now. It is 8:30. Good morning, sweetheart. It is 8:30 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Good morning. It's now 8:30. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. Well, Tennessee state lawmakers are preparing to kickstart the new legislative session tomorrow. One issue they're ready to tackle is an expansion of the school voucher program, which Governor Lee and Republican allies appear unified in their approach to move it forward. Well, another bill would allow but not require schools to display the 10 Commandments. And HB 12, that would require schools to provide free breakfast and lunch to all students. Dozens of other bills have also been filed. Congressman Andy Ogles has revealed to Dan Mandas that he had to push back against the very persuasive J.D. Vance when it came to December's budget deal.
You know, he's kind of giving me the what for of like, I just need to do this. I said, no, Mr. Vice President, this is not the right way to do it. Let's do it during reconciliation. Let's make sure we get some of those budget cuts that are promised, and let's go fight for these things that the American people want. And ultimately, we stopped it, and we're going to go through that process. Now, it takes a little more time. It's a little more complicated, but at the end of the day, the American people win when we do it the right way.
Now, in the end, a spending deal was signed by President Biden. Ogles spent the weekend at Mar-a-Lago plotting, along with other GOP House members, how to move legislation ahead when President Trump returns to the White House. When President-elect Trump's health secretary nominee gets to work in the new administration, he'll apparently have plenty of work to do. There is a new study that finds the choices on grocery store shelves leave a lot to be desired.
A new study analyzing over 50,000 food items sold by Walmart, Target, and Whole Foods found that ultra-processed foods dominated U.S. grocery store shelves. Researchers using publicly available data determined that 70% of available products at these three big retailers consisted of packaged goods, salty snacks, and desserts defined as industrial formulations with 5 or more ingredients, qualifying them as ultra-processed. Jim Ryan, ABC News.
Moments after the opening bell here, stocks are trading down. We've got the Dow down 37 points, but the NASDAQ falling 246. S&P 500 index, that's minus 48 points. That's the latest news. We've got traffic and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News.
Think of Joan, 832, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk. Dan Mandas here for Busy Bee Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. They are your Rude Pro partner, and they're my partner as well. I love these folks, and I've been working with them for years. Now, Busy Bee is always looking for ways to save you money. And here in a very cold January, some red-hot deals from Busy Bee. Get a free air duct cleaning with the purchase of a new complete whole home AC, or get a free air duct cleaning package upgrade. So you buy the middle package, you're automatically upgraded to the deluxe, and they're also offering you 15% off indoor air quality products or a free smart thermostat with any HVAC replacement. Now, this means that you can control your comfort from anywhere. So save money and stay warm this January with Busy Bee Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. Your satisfaction is guaranteed. Always tell them Dan Mandas told you to reach out. 615-775-7833. BusyBeeHVAC.com.
Got an accident on the south side. It's I-40, the westbound lanes before Hermitage Avenue, exit 212. The crash there blocking off the right shoulder. Also, one right around the City Hall area, Jefferson Street at 3rd Avenue North. Just be careful in that area. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Eight 8:36, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Welcome on into the cross. Chris Hand is here. Hello, Chris.
Good morning. What's up, guys?
Joan Jones is here. KGB is Jeff Malinoff. Hello, Jeff.
Hello. It's
Just
weird.
had a hard
It's
day.
weird when you say my name now. Like, I'm just so used to KGB.
I feel like, though, you deserve, proper credit or scorn for working on this show.
Fair.
Yeah, I understand.
So, if we just say KGB, then people, when you are introduced to them, they won't say, you're the guy that works with that idiot in the morning that thinks that Khloe Kardashian is the hottest Kardashian.
No, they'll go, why are you ruining Dan Manis' show?
Oh, jeez.
There's only one guy that could ruin my show, and that's me, and I've been doing it for years. Hey,
if I'm going down, I'm going to do it.
Speaking of the Kardashians,
Yes.
real quick, and then we're going to move on. Do you have a favorite Kardashian?
I don't, but when I was coming up in Boston, in the early or mid 2000s, like right around 2008, we had the Lakers versus the Celtics, and then that went through 2010. But I distinctly remember Lamar Odom was with Khloe Kardashian at the time.
Yes.
And anytime Lamar would get the ball, the fans in Boston would chant, "Ugly sister."
Oh, wow.
Ugly sister.
Of all people, Boston said that.
Yeah, I know.
That's
crazy.
Yeah, you'd never hear that in Boston. No,
Yeah.
no. You ever sit in?
I don't
No,
remember.
I mean, like, they have ugly sisters in Boston.
I don't remember. No, they do. But I don't remember any of the other Kardashians getting a chant like that.
So, have I ever told you my Fenway Park story?
When you broke in?
No, not when I broke in.
Okay.
Although that's a great story too. No, I watched a ball game in center field, and the wonderful fans in Boston were yelling at Maglio Ordonez to take out his trash and mow their lawn. That's what the people in Boston do. And they're just, I don't know if that's really good or really bad sports fans. I'm not sure which one.
I took Kennedy to her first Red Sox game. She was probably 3 or 4. But very, very little, very, very cute. She had a Red Sox dress on.
Yeah.
And I remember teaching her to spot the other team's fans and tell them to go back to their city.
Wow.
So
Wow.
there would be a 4-year-old little girl pop out of the corner and look at a Kansas fan and say, "Go back to Kansas."
That's
and I loved it because I don't really care. I think it's just all fun and games. But they can imagine the story that they go home with. I was shouted at by a 4-year-old girl to go home. Boston is a crazy place, so I like to contribute to that.
Boston used to be a great town. I don't know if it still is or not, but it certainly used to be a great town.
It used to be a lot more fun than it is now.
Yeah.
Now you get no white allowed Christmas parties and stuff like that.
Yep. How is the snow?
The snow was awesome.
Because you made a big deal about going to have fun in the snow.
We did. We went to the MTSU Hill and we did our sledding, and then it was like the best packing snow that we've had in Tennessee since I've lived here.
Oh, yeah.
In all these years. So we made a massive snow fort, like massive 5-foot tall walls. I built a slide for the kids out one side. We built an escape hatch out the other. And then we stuck an American flag and a Tennessee flag in that thing. Then we went out when it got dark and we sprayed it down with water so it would ice over and be really, really stable.
Yeah.
And then we took some tie-dye stuff that we had left over from an art kit.
Yep.
And we tagged it up with USA and my boys made these signs that said "No girls allowed," but it was GERLS, and I didn't tell them because it was adorable.
Oh my God!
And so the wife laminated.
awesome.
The wife laminated the signs, and then we stuck them in the top of the fort. So it was,
How's the security for the wall?
Oh, it's the best security. The best security.
Because we need people to start building the wall again.
We do.
Yeah. We could incorporate some child slave labor and get Chris Hand's kids.
This is what we do. This is what we do. They didn't get paid, but it was awesome. It was awesome.
Well, you fed them, didn't you?
Yeah, we did. We did.
There's their pay.
We had a crock pot of chili all weekend.
Perfect.
It was awesome.
That's good.
I want to be in the hand house.
Now, well, we had chili in my house too, actually.
Did you?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll come to your house too.
Does your wife destroy chili like mine does?
Well, I make the chili.
Oh, okay. My wife puts, I love my wife's chili. I'm just kidding. But she puts like all this slimy tomatoes in the chili. And I like my chili with beans, meat, and cheese. And that's it.
That's it.
That's it.
You get
diced tomato is fine.
It's not chili if it doesn't have tomato in it.
Yeah.
I actually didn't have tomatoes in my chili this time.
You didn't?
So
No.
There you go.
what do we call it then?
But wait a minute, Chris.
No, you start with a beef broth, and then
Joan
then
is
we
saying
add,
that your chili's not chili.
we add hamburger and sausage and black beans and kidney beans and Great Northern beans
There
and
you go.
corn and yeah,
Yeah.
no
Okay.
tomatoes.
Nobody needs tomatoes in chili.
To be fair, I did say to the wife, "Where are the tomatoes?"
Yeah.
She
There you
said,
go.
I forgot the tomatoes.
You need tomatoes.
What do you do for crunch?
For crunch?
Yep. We do Fritos.
Yeah, we crunch up some Tostitos and put them on top.
Okay, very good. Anybody else got anything on chili, or should we move on?
Yeah.
Yeah. No.
Do you when you're doing the snow, do you teach your kids how to like pack it so there's like an ice ball?
No.
No?
No. 'Cause the target quickly turns on each other and then me.
I taught Riker and I in the 535. I talked about this. Riker and I are out there, and we're doing snowball fights, right? And I'm teaching him the greatness of throwing snowballs. I can't hit the broadside of a barn. I'm leaning down to get my snow. I stand back up, turn around, and he hits me square in the face.
Oh no!
So
Square in the face.
baseball, be a pitcher, him.
Sure. He could. He's a very athletic kid. So, yeah, it was actually very fun.
Yeah, we had the best time. The best time.
All right, very good. What do we have for content? Go.
All right. Did you hear about the Consumer Electronics Show over last week?
No.
Oh man, it was big news. Big news. For just $175,000, you can get an AI-powered robot girlfriend now.
Really?
Yes.
Oh, isn't that great?
I'm just kidding.
Oh.
Malinoff was like, I need a raise, man.
How much are they?
So a robot like Melody is $150,000, and that's fully AI capable and customized. We can actually make the robot look like anything you want. You can come to us and say, we would like to give us a picture of someone, and we can make that robot customized to you, and we can customize the AI so that it knows exactly what you want it to know. So it can learn about your company, it can learn about your product, or it can be your girlfriend.
Are we going to be like...
I don't like that it had a name.
Is it? So I'm looking at this video, and is that lethargic looking thing? Is that the girlfriend?
That's the girlfriend.
She looks like she's stoned.
This is just the first run. This is gonna get so weird so fast.
Have you posted this on your socials?
I have not. You should retweet it.
If you look at this, you'll see that the AI girlfriend is sort of, her head is sort of like bobbing up and down like she's stoned, and
she's a bit uninterested.
She's a bit uninterested, which, I mean, I can get regular women to do that with me.
Usually that takes years of marriage.
It does.
Is it unusual, in your opinion, that, here we have AI and somebody thought that the first thing they should do was like make a robotic girlfriend? What's wrong with these people?
It's crazy, right?
I think Joan's upset nobody's making robotic boyfriends.
Oh.
I don't want one of them.
My goodness, Dan.
Yeah.
What? She started it.
She's happily married, for the record.
No, I know she's happily married, but there's more societal conversation.
Yeah.
Is it a sign of the patriarchy that it's the first thing is a girlfriend?
It's a
as
sign
opposed to a
of-
boyfriend.
It's a sign of the
AI?
patriarchy.
It's a sign
but
of lonely men.
I think
is
it's a
what it
sign
is.
of lonely engineers.
It's a broken society. The
guys.
Realbotics spokesman said that the robots do have the functions of a sex doll.
Okay, so there you go.
Imagine
honestly.
the smell.
Oh, God. That's even...
Oh,
Oh, someone is pulling over on the road right now to puke.
Yes.
Just for that one comment.
Do you know what I whenever somebody makes a comment like that, and certainly I make comments like that, I think, Mommy, what's that's what I envision. So good job. What did I say earlier? I said something earlier.
Butts. You said butts. And a 5-year-old listening to the show said, Mom, butts?
I heard that.
At least he didn't say boobs. Like,
well, now we got boobs.
I heard that on the way in. I said, hope that kid's out of the car.
I want to make sure that everybody understands that all I threw down was butts. Joan threw down the other B word, and you're throwing down sex dolls. I'm like the most innocent here.
We got butts, boobs, and bots.
There you go.
That?
That's the name of our bar. If we ever open a bar, Chris, I want that in parentheses or something.
How damaged is society, though?
Yes,
where
seriously.
This is now becoming and this isn't just for like your average Joe. These are successful men that are going to buy these at $150K to $175,000 a pop. You couldn't find a woman in the real world?
Right.
I will tell you this, is that the reason why this is for men is because, and not women, is because men are dumb enough to spend this kind of money on this.
Fair.
Women would be like, no, there's no way.
8709 on the text line says, bet it makes good sandwiches.
Oh, my.
Well, she get me the remote, because that's really all I want at this point.
If it was an AI just to be a maid, just to do like the chores around the house and make food, I think that's fine.
That's
but,
Rosie.
Yeah, it's the Jetsons.
Oh
Yes,
my God,
exactly.
that's right.
Yeah.
Isn't the actual like Jetson like almost gonna be born in like that timeline? I read about that somewhere. Like Jetson's born in like 2025, so he's like a certain day in 2025.
I
so
don't
he's
think
almost
so. Is
born.
that true?
Yeah, I think you're right. I think you're
his
right.
His birth date is like something 2025. I'll look it up.
Yeah, listen, we were promised flying cars. What we got were empty reservoirs.
That's exactly right.
Hey, I just want a hoverboard, Back to the Future 2 style.
Let's go.
All right, very good. What else we got?
The best we can do is an AI robot girlfriend.
Yes.
Oh, actually, I have it here. Jetson was born July 31st, 2022.
Are you talking about George Jetson?
Yeah.
So George Jetson is now 3.
He's 3 years old. Well, 2.5.
All right. His boy Elroy is, going to be born many, many years from now.
All right. So do you think that in the next 20 years we got flying cars and space cities?
I kind of gave up on that in 2015.
I think it depends on what a flying car is defined as.
Taxis right now.
Drones. Like drones, I mean, if you make a drone big enough, and you already have them right now, if you have drones that are big enough to carry people, then why couldn't they make a drone into a flying car?
Yeah.
Right?
But they just announced new flying taxis.
Did they?
Yeah.
Where?
The company is called Joby.
Wait a minute. Isn't a flying taxi like an airplane?
That's more of like a flying bus.
Yeah, right. So it has a vertical takeoff, right? So it's not like needing a...
How high is it in the air?
And it does look like a big old drone.
Yeah.
Would you hop in one of those?
And it's in California. No, I would not.
Nope. Not in California. Sure as heck no. Everything is bad in California, including the air and roughly half the people. Although there are a lot of good Republicans and conservatives in California.
Well, the good ones came here already or are on their way.
That's right, Joan.
Yes.
Thank you. You hear what Joan said about me?
Oh, I did say that, didn't I?
You sure did. You sure did.
I think we should change the state's motto to "We're full."
I think we should too. Actually,
no vacancy.
No, it's exactly right. All right, Joe Biden.
Yes,
and the black jobs.
Yes. Oh, so Donald Trump is facing another lawsuit. This time, it's a jailed pedophile who's launched a lawsuit against him for $30,000 in emotional damages because of the comment that Donald Trump made about illegal immigrants taking black jobs. So this is according to the Daily Mail. 58-year-old sex offender who was convicted of possessing child porn in 2016 claims that Trump used the term black job on national television, and it was very hurtful.
So
and
he
now wants he wants $30,000.
Well, Joe Biden said it too.
In just 3.5 years, we created over 2 million new black jobs for black Americans and black help.
Well done, Joe.
But they won't expand the lawsuit. I don't know.
No. Why only $30,000? I mean, if you're going to sue Donald Trump, go for it, man.
It doesn't make any sense.
I mean, where is this guy again?
In a federal prison,
Federal
I believe.
prison.
Yeah.
So if you're going to sue Donald Trump and you're in a federal prison, go for $175,000 because that's how much those robotic girlfriends cost.
There you go.
Thank you. Thank you very much. All right. Let's do the soda addict very quickly.
All right.
All right. So set it up.
So I saw this going viral last night on the internet. This guy is a soda addict, and I kind of chuckled because I'm like, what's a soda addict? Like, my mom drinks a lot of Diet Coke. I wouldn't consider her a soda addict.
Mm-hmm.
When you hear how much soda this guy drinks, it's a miracle that he's still alive.
All right, listen.
This is Life of a Soda Addict Part 12. See how much soda I can drink in a day. I start every morning with 4 sodas on my way to the gym. Need that caffeine, so 48 ounces. Fill up my 100 ounce. That's 148 ounces on my way back from the gym. Finish that off. Get a couple more Diet Dr. Peppers. Finish that off. Now I'm going to get 3 Frescas and pour them into a thermos. Add some Torani flavoring. Down that. Get a couple more. Another couple. Or 258.
Good Lord.
Pound those. Go through some more meetings. Pound some more. Now I'm going to go run an errand for my wife. But get a thirst drink. 44 ounces there. End of the day. Going to play a little college football 2025. Pound some soda then. Got to run another errand. Pound some more soda. Now I'm going to the movie, get 3 of these 32 ounces, fill them up through the course of the film.
I know you're thinking the guy's got to be huge, but he's not.
He says he can go through 30 12-packs of soda, which is 360 cans, in a single weekend.
Good
And-
One boy does a lot of peeing.
And then he gets a little bored with the soda, so he adds coffee creamer and flavored syrups to the drinks.
How is he so skinny?
How about just take sugar, just a
Doesn't make
spoonful?
any sense.
That doesn't make any sense at all. Is he like going for a record?
If he's drinking 100 cans of soda a day, that's 4,000 milligrams of caffeine a day.
Wow. Can you imagine how much sugar, too?
When I was
Oof.
overweight, when I was like 200 pounds, like overweight, basically, well, my thing was regular sodas, like Coca-Cola and like sugar was my main issue, and I cut that out, and that helped me lose my weight. So the fact that this guy is doing that is incredible.
You know what?
Well-
Some people are just lucky.
Yeah.
It does say he prefers to drink diet soda. So that's
Oh, wow. There you
that
go.
takes the sugar out of it.
That's good.
There you go. All right, very good. Very quickly, Chris,
healthy.
what is coming up next?
Well, actually, real quick, I do want to say we also, over the weekend, we got to sing in church with Alveda King, Martin Luther King's niece.
Did you really?
Yeah.
I did, too.
Wasn't that cool?
Oh, I loved it.
It was a good moment.
Put your finger up.
It was a very, very cool moment.
Yeah.
So she was a guest at our church over the weekend. I wanted to bring that up
So
too.
do you guys go to the same church? You
Yeah.
go to the same
World Outreach in Murfreesboro.
No. It's the same session.
Yeah. Yeah.
So you guys both go to the 8:35.
Yep.
It's called a service, Dan, not
Service,
a session.
thank you.
It's actually 9:30 on
I
Sundays.
couldn't think of what the word was.
Session.
Yeah. So we
The
saw Martin
service.
Luther King's niece over the weekend, which was just phenomenal.
And she was so entertaining. It was crazy.
She's awesome.
They could have
Yeah.
done another hour,
Yeah, they could
and we
have.
would have been completely just enthralled the
Okay.
entire time. So, but you can find that on YouTube if you want to check it out. And then on the show today, my good friend Topher is going to be joining the show. He is one of the content creators that was suing the U.S. government over the TikTok ban. We want to get an update on what happened at the Supreme Court with the TikTok ban, and to just talk to him about a myriad of issues. Plus, we'll bring you the latest on the wildfires. Donald Trump, 7 days, bro.
7 days.
7 days. It feels good to say. It feels good.
I just think of the ring now. 7 days.
DJ T minus 7 days.
All right, there you go. Joan Jones has the news coming up. Joan, what's up?
A powerful earthquake has rattled Japan this morning. We'll take a look at the effects there. Also, how Elon Musk is lending a hand in fire-ravaged Southern California. Those stories at 9 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Thinking Joan 854, Dan Mandis here. Guys, if you're feeling tired, motivation just isn't there, maybe some weight gain and muscle loss. These could all be signs of low testosterone. And it's time you found out for sure with my friends at Low T Center. Now, they make it easy to get your levels checked. It is just a simple test. And with their on-site lab, you're going to get results back immediately. Now, this isn't your typical doctor's office. They simply specialize in treating low T with testosterone replacement therapy, or TRT, for each individual patient. That's important. Now, they've been helping patients for over a decade, and their treatment plans are optimized for each patient, personalized just for you. There's nothing standard about Low T Center. Everything is customized for you. Now, by the way, for current patients, a great deal going on right now. Low T Center offers you
a $150 referral credit for each new patient that you refer. And at Low T Center, you can also get your health evaluated for treatment with prescription GLP-1 weight loss medications. So get back to your best. Go to lowtcenter.com to book your appointment today. That's lowtcenter.com. Low T Center, reinventing men's health care. $8:59, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk.
If only you guys could hear what Dan is saying off the air. There's been so many things that he said today, that, just off the air, that it's like, pause.
So all I said was, I need a lot of meat. And Chris just started laughing. Now,
well, you know why.
Yeah, because we're talking about chili. I said, I need a lot of meat in my chili.
Uh-huh.
You don't understand the millennials' brain where it goes.
Dan.
Well, maybe millennials need to stop thinking about AI girlfriends and the like and just not see those kinds of things in innocent little comments, Chris.
All right, fair.
There you go.
5019 on the text line said, Mr. Throat Coat, judging how much soda someone drinks?
That's exactly right. All right, I'll see you tomorrow. Chris is up next on WTN.